can't believe I'm regretting not watching more isekai anime. How the heck do I get back to the real world? Oh.
تكنولوجيا تكنولوجيا
عشدنها
تكنولوجيا
عشدنها تكنولوجيا
تكنولوجيا
How's that? I wasn't even on the screen all this time. Like I said, technology. Apologies, guys. Yeah, I'm messing up today. It's early in the morning. I woke up about 3 hours ago, and so it's a bit of you know, apologies for that. I'm trying to get my head around this. But as I was saying, like, so I started watching this again because I've only been halfway through it. So I thought, why not come on, do some work, and watch it along with you guys. And there's things I'm learning from this that I didn't know about. There's things that I've caught up on in the last 18 or so months since I'm kind of like, fell in with the detector crowd when it comes to comic date, right? The people, the crowd that's actually left this former consumer movement, right? Comic book fan movement, and now have to call out all the lies about it. And Alesmet, like I said, is doing a great job here, calling out the lies about that are being spread by 8 people. I think there's around 8 people who run Comicsgate now, and they're all former mainstream comic people, right? See, Marvel Comics, DC Comics, Image, Dark Horse, or whatever, wherever they were able to work, right? For the last 25, 30 odd years, they've been out there doing it, plying their craft, as they say. And now, around about 2018, they took over a movement over, a year or so that was put together by fans, by by consumers, people who love comics, and were tired of what was going on with the wokies when it came to creating, working with the characters. Anyway, but what I found was interesting after learning all this, because I was asked whether I was a part of Comicsgate way back in 2019, and I said no, it's not something I want to be a part of, but I actually agree with what they're doing, because and I don't mean like with Ethan Van Sciver or John Malin and them, all those other people. No, like the people, like the actual fans, what they're thinking about, getting together, creating comics themselves, because I'm a comic creator. And, and I've, as someone who's actually spent years learning and honing my craft as a writer on stage, right? Writing novellas, short stories, and then going to film school for 3 years and putting, graduating with a bachelor's degree in filmmaking. I can really appreciate how Alasmith, puts these documentaries together, because I learned how to make documentaries myself. And so I just want to, so while I do some, let me just fix this mic. Stay in place before it knocks my tablet screen. So while I do some color flatting, we'll watch this, the second half of this together, this documentary together, or documentary, right, by Lesmat. Let me just get his. Let me get his. Where are we? The link, yeah, that's what I was after. The link to the actual stream, so you can see the first half, because we're just going to go through the second half, because I don't want to go back and rewatch the first half without, I just want to continue where I got to. So yeah, hang out with me, say what you want to say, have input in the comments, and I'll stop the stream. And maybe you were there in 2018, and you can let me know what was going on there. Let us all know, from your POV. So now we go to what we're here for, is the Dungeoneers part 2, I would say, because there's a 3-hour stream, so we're watching the second half. So let's do this. Let me turn the volume up.
Despite no evidence in the DM room showing he did.
Let's go back what he's talking about. He's talking about Camel Moon. So I think let's give a bit of a kind of a backdrop to, because the reason I stopped and decided to do this, because I've never heard of this. I mean, I don't know who Camel Moon was before this, right? I've heard the name. I've seen him in streams, like on Raptors or Lesma, saying, "Hey, how's it going, Camel Moon?" But This is the first time I've heard of this guy. And it seems like a pretty cool guy from my POV from the first time seeing this. And the reason I thought it would be worth streaming about it is because of what he says. And dude, this dude was on point about the future of CG way back then.
People which corroborate one another. The resentment by the Comicsgate elite towards Camel Moon stems as far back as 2022.
Camel Moon, go do a reboot. I'm not going to let you back in for 5 minutes. You need to go do a full reboot. You're already froze again.
Hey, look at this guy.
Hey.
Take me to Planet Homo.
On episode 69 of Camel Knights, John Malin was on stream.
Okay, before I go any forward, I just want to tell you guys, I have never seen so many people talk about so often about homosexuality and gay and butt sex, male butt sex, as much as I've heard from CG people. I've never, right? Seriously, I actually have friends who are gay, right? They never mention this shit. Yet I always find it hilarious that these people are always talking about it. It's like someone who actually said in this comment section here, let me come down, which I found pretty interesting. Well, I thought it was funny, actually, because that guy actually calls it out. Look at this, right? Ultimately, this seems all like all motivated by colossal sexual frustration. And that's why I feel like, my response was that, it must be why they always mention male on male sex on their live streams every single time. And I didn't even realize they'd been talking about this shit way back when, right? And that was due to something like about here somewhere when I watched them say it. But I've been, all the clips that I've seen that are shown by Raptor on his, Lord Raptor Jesus stream, but I always call him Lord Lizard Messiah because I just find it icky calling someone Jesus. I know, like in South America, you Jesus, right? That's actually okay because it's a Jesus, right? I still find blasphemy and stuff like that kind of like icky to me with my background in Christianity. Even though I'm not a Christian anymore, I still feel icky about it. But this thing here, right? These guys are always talking about homosexuality. It's like, doesn't matter who they bring on, John Malin, Ethan Van Sciver, Shane Malin, any of their people, like the core 8 that they're always talking about this. And it's not anybody else, like the guests don't bring it up. It's these guys here, right?
With Captain Chokeout and Michael Bancroft. Malin appeared and seemed interactive, engaging in the conversation. But after the 1 hour and 16-minute mark, his energy changed. His visage displayed a sour, sulking look. He started to look away from the stream and down off screen, seemingly disconnected from the rest of the panel. He stayed that way for at least a minute before Camel moved his camera down below the rest of the panelists. He was no longer engaging in the conversation.
Miss France Beauty Pageant sued for selecting contestants based on their appearance.
If you guys were there and know more information about this, I'd like to know in the chat down.
3 women have joined forces with a feminist group to file a legal complaint over discrimination and breach of labor law.
Do you know what a beauty contest is?
John, you look upset. You haven't said anything in like 30 minutes.
Oh, did I get unmuted?
Like 30 minutes ago.
Oh.
Who's muted?
John Malin, from what I've seen, clips of him, he's like the most childish person that I know, childish adult that I know. It's like he's a guy that'll, like, if you went into a store and if you didn't get anything as a kid, he'd be the one who's throwing tantrums, trying to get attention from his mother or father, and and watching everybody and like really making his parents feel icky because the child is playing up just because he doesn't get that little toy You know, it's a kid that probably sucked on his dummy for like until he was 13 or 14. It's like he's just like a big baby right now, man. I just every time I listen to him, it's like so freaking childish.
All right, let me get rid of this.
And to see him back here in like 2018, what is it like? Is it 2018 here? 2019? And he's been
Yeah, no, this one on the left, definitely.
What?
it's like a big
John.
Middle.
you mentioned going on a stream and not saying anything
Would you care to elaborate?
and not taking part. I usually, if it was me, I was like, if I've got nothing to say, I'll just jump off.
I think John is a little
Guys, I
sleepy
gotta
tonight.
go. I have nothing to input here.
All right.
Where's he?
You know,
Where's he gone?
I had to, I had to kick him if he's not going to participate. It just kind of
Yeah.
sucks, but all right.
This stream took place a couple of weeks after Camel Moon's
because usually on something like that, you probably, you know, there's somebody else that could actually come in and have a better, you know, keep the momentum going, keep the stream moving. And everybody knows though now, you know, we've been watching panels and internet for ages, right? We know how it works now when you do live streaming and stuff, because you just want to keep the momentum going. And if you go run out of energy, you know, you just go, oh, sorry, man, I got to go, you know, because somebody else can take the seat, right? But it's just to sit there and sulk is just the stupidest thing. And the other thing is the fact that everybody can see you sulk, right? Not just the panel, but everybody that's in the chat and everybody who watched it later, right? Like I'm doing here. I'm watching this like 3 days later, trying to get through this because yesterday I got ill. My eyes just started getting itchy and my left eye just puffed up. And I was supposed to stream yesterday and we didn't because, you know, didn't feel well. And that's like me. Like if you don't feel the energy to do something, just don't put on a stream, right? Don't show up on somebody's stream. Because it takes a lot of effort for the other guys to pull stuff out of you. Have you seen any interviews before by people where like the other person who's being interviewed, the reporter's trying to interview them and they're like, just sit there like sulk. This is what this is like. It's like you just suck the energy out of the room. And it's like the interview has to work overtime to ask you questions. And they're like the most horriblest interviews you will ever see is when somebody has to drag something out, you know, even like just saying how you know, what you've been up to, you know, it's just weird. It's like yeah, but like John Mayer is the most, you know, sulkiest person I've ever seen on stream.
and Heels launched.
I'm sure there's more people, right? Like there's more terrible people, but like I don't watch every single stream, but the clips I have seen over the last 2 years since I've moved over onto, you know, into watching these streams is that or being part of the chat is that I watched him and he's like, dude, such a sulky person.
Stream on October 14th, 2022. On that day, according to viewers, Malin live streamed over Campbell's launch party, and it was said to have been deliberate. Camel Moon was one of the few, along with Michael Bancroft, Kelsey Shannon, and the Diaz brothers, who did not attend the Friday night gathering at the castle. It was said Bancroft just wanted to stay in and play poker. On New Year's Eve of 2023, Camel did a closeout for his Hail Salad Blu-ray crowdfunder. Ethan chose to stream over Camel Moon, which would have had the effect of costing him some significant backers. Instead, Camel earned another $4,000 for a total of $29,000 plus. After the DM drops on the Jack Show, Shane allegedly Efapped Camel for 2 weeks, dunking on the Blu-ray. Ethan joined in and read Camel's private messages aloud on the stream. This was the beginning of the chat.
This is what I find really weird about this knobhead here, right? In my you know, palmy cousins would understand when I say knobhead, right? Is that this dude here, he has no moral baseline, right? No spine. He will whatever conversations you have with them, like years ago, he will expose you whenever he feels like, oh, he's got nothing to talk about. Oh, you know what? I'll put this, I'll share these DMs from about 4 or 5 years ago. Conversations that are so old that you yourself have forgotten you had with them, right? And this is why, like, you never want to get into a written thing with, or even now, you don't even want to get into a talking thing with someone like this, because he'll even put out the recordings of it. It's like, how do you exist in a world or in a community or whatever with people like this knobhead, right? Where anything you say to him privately will be put out to the world. And for me, like, I message people all the time, hey, how's it going? And I've learned, because of this knobhead, to never put anything personal or private in there, right? Because you don't know if somebody's going to do that to you. Even if, I mean, I would never do that to anybody, right? Because if I'm going to do it, I'll let the person know I personally before whatever. But why would anybody want to do that? Why would I want to expose somebody else's DM like that? God, have some morality. And this is a knobhead that goes out there, oh, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian. Yo, you're Mormon Jesus, bro. You're the Mormon Jesus, right? No morality, right? And to be out here saying, oh, we're the Christian, we're this, like, bro, you're the most leftist libtard in the world.
At turning on Camel Moon.
But I never understood what Camel Moon did wrong in any of this. That's somebody who I appeared on his live stream every Friday for a year on Camel Nights as a fourth mic. Somebody I know very intimately on the internet. So I don't know what he did to be on the naughty list here, but if anybody knows that, let me know.
Is Camel chatting shit in there?
No, that wasn't Camel. Camel did say something about me, but I don't think he was talking shit. He was just making a statement.
During the infamous Jack Show DM readings, Anna read a comment attributed to Camel Moon, but it was wrong. But for a few people, it planted in the minds that Camel was in some backroom gossip, despite no evidence in the DM room showing he did anything but talk about his works.
Kind of
Well, when you repeat a lie enough times, people will start believing it. Right. It's like with the Muslims go, it's a religion of peace. It's a religion of peace. And but everyone can see with their very own eyes and hear with their ears that's a religion of violence. Yet there's this whole thing where it's like a religion of peace, right? There's no freaking religion of peace, or it's a religion of tolerance. There's no tolerance. Try being a gay in Palestine. Try being a gay in Iran. Or any Muslim country. Try being a gay there. All right? Well, these guys repeat lies over and over again to where new people who have no history easily believe it. So this whole thing with this live stream, right, with the Dungeoneers, right? That not live stream, sorry, this video documentary, right? That Lesnar's put together, it clearly shows you a systematic trail of a path of lies that these people in the new, these corrupt 8 or so people that have taken over this consumer movement of fans, comic book fans, have turned into, and have, like, basically there is no indie low level, new lower, whatever you want to call it, like creator in CG that they promote. They're all this big names from the mainstream, right? Imagine like having the movement that you created as fans, as whatever, and then to have the people from the mainstream take it over and make it into a business and brand it, because Comicsgate is a brand, right? It's a registered brand. It's a trademark, right? Bought and then owned by I think it was like I don't know who bought it. It's like so many shit that's happened with these people, right? The cesspool, but handed over to what's his name, Ethan Van Sciver, right? Ethan Van Scammer, right? It's just so sad, like to see that. It's like this is what makes me so glad that when I was asked in 2019, and I said no, let them do their own thing. I'm okay, I like I like the idea of it. That these are people who are fans or creating comics, great. But I'll stay on this, I'll stay on the outside and do my thing, and they can do their thing because there's enough room in the world for everybody, right? And especially in this comic community, right? But to see this 7 years later become a cesspool of only that's run by former has-been mainstream people is just sad, bro. There's nothing worse than to have what you created taken from you. Ask freaking George Lucas how he feels, right? How the white slavers, he calls them, took his baby and sold it, right? This is actually, that's the best comparison I can give you from my POV, right? My point of view, that Comicsgate is basically Star Wars right now. And if you despise what Disney has done to Star Wars, then you would despise Comicsgate just as much. Because Comicsgate is run by Catherine, right? But in Comicsgate, it is now called Ethan Van Sciver, right? Wasn't that her name? Like Catherine, whatever her name is, and who ran Lucasfilm, right? One of the most despised person from that fans of Star Wars, right? They hate that person. But anyway,
I'll say this because I want to add a caveat to that. CG is dead for smaller creators. For the main creators, no.
Sorry to pause again, but this is why I decided to stream. Because of what Camel Moon says here, right? Exactly why I decided to stream instead of just carry on watching on my own while I do do my coloring here, color flatting for issue 3 of Templeton. Issue 2. Issue 3 is being illustrated right now. Come on, mouse. Here we go.
G is dead for smaller creators.
Wait,
caveat.
But talk about his works.
I'll say this because I want to add a caveat to that. CG is dead for smaller creators. For the main creators, no, it'll be just fine, and they'll have their life raft, and the 10 of them or whatever it is will be, they'll make their money. It'll become more isolated, and maybe that was the purpose. Maybe it was, you can go look from 2020 to 2021, 22, 23. Numbers decline precipitously every time.
For 2026, when I am this year for 2026, when I'm spearheading this new movement, and the Comicsgate movement, I feel like the
weird that he says he's spearheading the new movement, right? That's why everybody on the outside, people who have actually left CG, call it the new CG, because he came in and totally took over it, bastardized what it was, which was a consumer movement, into a small group of elites from the mainstream who turned it and made it about themselves. And then they grifted up all the people who had actually created it. And then others who didn't know anything about it. And those new ones who come in because they hate the black man, right? Eric July, right? Like, this dude hates this black dude so much, man. He hates Eric July so much that he spent over 2 years just talking about him, to the point that, like, right now, people will support Eric July just because of him. They'll actually go out and support Eric July just because of him. They'll support people who work with Eric July just because of him. That's got to be crazy, right? That a person hates you so much for no reason, but the fact that he's done better This dude's made $4 million in the last couple of years. This dude has lost $4 million, right? Or $2 million at the gambling it away, all back his money because he can't produce his goods. Right now, we have a campaign, right, on Kickstarter. Links in the chat. That's 100% finished. 100%. Every piece of art ready to print. All you need is your backing, right? And this is the reason why I decided to wait until everything was finished, because of this dude and people like him who cheat, who steal from backers and take years to produce goods or never produce good. There's some people who bought stuff from him about 5 years ago who still haven't received anything. Hundreds of dollars each that they've spent, or thousands, millions, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars, or that tens of thousands of people who haven't got anything from him because of that. And that's why I said to my guys, I said to my artists, I said, dude, we need to make sure everything is in hand. And the other reason is, like, I was supposed to release this comic last month, right, in March on Kickstarter, but I decided to not do that and delay it by a month because I decided to do a last-minute spoiler cover for one of the books, right? So that I didn't have to come back and go, oh, sorry, look, we're going to be delayed, dude. Apologies, we're delayed. No, I wanted to make sure everything was in my hand. And even to the last point, last minute, like, we were still fixing our Kickstarter, because I wanted to make sure everything was right. And, people knew that what we're doing. And here's the other thing about this is that we've had people come in and, like, put hundreds of dollars on it, and then the next day take it away, as if it's like a win for them. This book is going to get printed whether they want people back it or not, because I believe in this book and I believe in the artists, right? And I'm still going to go out and get it printed, right? And probably about 25 or whatever, and we'll take it to conventions and or pop-ups and sell it, right, directly to customers. But the whole idea that, like, oh, you don't like CG, so we're gonna do our own on you. We're gonna, like, back you, and then we're gonna take your money away so that you feel like you're winning, and then you're not. It's kind of like the silliest thing. I just thought it was, like, really shame that people waste their time doing that, because it's like, you got to put all your credit card details in there, right? And you got to put all your stuff, and you got to do your whatever comment, and then you got to go away and go, oh, now I'm going to take it away the next time. It's like, what if you forgot? What if you do that and the campaign ends and you get ticked for that and your money goes out and you go, oh, we want a refund? Go, well, sorry. We saw you playing games, and maybe now you're going to end up, like, losing money to Kickstarter, because Kickstarter still takes 30%, right? I think it's about 30% or something. Anyway, that's not what we're here for. So we get back to that Efap. But really, guys, I mean, I've gotten to a point where unless I know someone personally, and as personally as you can on the internet, and watch their track record, I don't back people anymore. I mean, like yesterday, I saw Rini, she on her Luminate stream, and I just put $20 down, New Zealand, which is US, which is $34, just like here. And I saw my credit card. Yeah, it's gone out. Sweet. Now I don't have to worry about it. And it was under her 2.8 Fendish, 2.5 Fendish. It was just like here's a tip. Hopefully, I'm all the best for your crowdfund. Because she actually did an art book yesterday, and I thought that looked really cool. I'm going to actually ask her if I can get some Fendish digital versions of it, because I would like to have a read. And hopefully, when she puts out a complete graphic novel, like a collection of all the Fendish books, I'll be able to buy that as a trade. So I get them all at once, but I can still follow it by reading the digitals, right? And that's the other thing, guys. you know, if you can't back it because due to freight costs and stuff, dude, you can get the whole both the manga, you know, the Howler comic book and the manga of the Tortoise for like about $7 US or $6 US digital. It's still going to give, you know, you can still get to read it, you know, and that's the main thing about creating comic. I want people to read it, you know. It's not about like just creating them, but if you don't read it, if there's nobody to read it, what's the point, right, of creating a comic book? But then again, I love creating comic books. I love the art. I've been a fan for over 40 years of my life. I spent like probably, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars on comics. And, you know, everything about comics I love. And that's why I hate it when these people here make it, you know, such a terrible, you know, into such a cesspool environment for people, right? It just sucks.
Comicsgate movement is over. Well, Comicsgate, you know, isn't. I thought about that for a while. I'm like, is Comicsgate still a movement? I think it was a movement in 2018, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
And so because of that, maybe there was we got to cut the fat. We got to say, we're not going to support this because there's only so much pie now.
On episode 1 of Ass Blast, Camel had a panel of Bancroft, Phil Diaz, and Rob Arnold. The phone recording leaks of Ethan Van Sciver admitting that Mandy Summers was using sex to climb the CG ladder was dropped. That being a topic of conversation by many in the scene during that time, Diaz took the opportunity.
Dude. I'm lost for words. So CG is basically become like the mainstream. These mainstream people came in and turned it into a mainstream thing. Remember, like the Whisper Networks and what they did with Warren Ellis, right? Adult females, sex for moving up the movement to get their work done or whatever. Get the right context with Warren Ellis, and then turning around on Warren Ellis and going, oh, you did this, It's like, yeah, dude. But this is like, they turned this whole thing into like a Neil Gaiman shit, right?
Opportunity to poke fun.
I guess let's just start the show. Okay, here we go.
Wait, before we start the show, I need to do something here really quick. This is actually Jesus.
Is that Fisher Price?
Wait.
Pretty fucking awesome.
All right, I think we're good now, guys.
Thank you.
I don't. What is it? I don't condone. I don't consent. No.
Really doesn't
I got this book. I found it on my shelf.
Oh no.
Well,
I'm gonna
you guys cancel each other out, So
this did not sit well with Ethan Van Sciver, who, without naming Camel Moon, Phil Diaz, Michael Bancroft, or Rob Arnold, made his thoughts clear on his own stream.
No, there's a real attempt, and I'm not sure where it's coming from exactly, but it grows, and the attempt is to just split Comicsgate apart. And I don't know what people get from it. I'm not sure. Like, I can understand why the SJWs would want it to happen.
Every time Ethan Van Sciver is talking about SJWs, he's talking about himself. Because he is one. Like, really. Ethan Van Sciver is a social justice warrior in the worst sense. Right? He's like the most leftist of leftists you can think of in Comicsgate right now. Like, the whole movement is a leftist movement now. It went from like a centrist right wing, I guess, if you want to call it that, but nobody in there was really right wing. They were just like centrist, from what I understand from the people that I've met online with, that are involved, that were previously involved, I should say, in CG, that they were just like regular folk who just didn't like the whole idea of having their the characters and that they grew up with being turned into some sort of like political ideologue voices, right, to push a agenda. And I mean, like I said, I've been reading comics for 40 odd years, man. I've like spent so much money on comics that's unbelievable. I actually owned a comic store, right, where I sold most of my top tier comics, right? But also, I've run a comic convention for 5 years straight. So, and I'm known in my city as the comic guy. Like in the city, I am the one they call the comic guy. And I'm not putting that on because I get introduced like that. Oh, that's the comic guy, right? And so to have that and to see this, you know, because like what I'm trying to say is like I love comics, right? Manga, manhwa, right? Sequential art. I just love that because it's been it's how I learned how to read, right? It's what got me interested in art, which is basically my life, right? I'm surrounded by friggin' anything to do comics in my apartment, right? But these guys, man, have turned it into like a political hot potato. You know, it's like a weapon to them. It's like we're going to use comics as a weapon, and that's why every the whole Comicscape movement started. It was like, hey, it was a customer thing to say, no, we don't want that. We want it to be a fun thing, for people to enjoy, to escape into, not to think about politics when they're reading it, because shit, we get politics all the time, man. You turn on you put on YouTube and depending what you follow, there's somebody talking about politics, right? You go to a family meeting or group, or you're going to a bar, somebody's talking about politics. So you don't want that shit in your comic books, your escapism. But now these people have turned that and made comics about politics. Despite saying, oh, it's not supposed to be about politics, it's like SJW this and all. But these people are SJWs, right? These people have come from the environment where they were SJWs and still are SJWs, right? But he's always going to grift off people saying that he's not. We're not, boys. Trust me. We're not SJWs. We're not leftists. We're Christians. And then they treat Mike S. Miller's Efap book with no words, by the way, no words, just some scriptures on it, right? Like a friggin' satanic thing, which really pissed me off so much that I basically shared the link to my family group, like our private family messenger group, right? With my brother, my sister, my sister-in-law, my mom, right? My uncles. And I said, hey, go check this out, right? Because I'm like, this book is so cool, but also share it out to your churches, to your friends, because it'll be great for kids, because there's no words, right? But also there's scripture on there, like from the Bible. Like I said, I have a background in Christianity, right? Over a decade or so. I've even sat in a Bible college studying for a year, right? The sad thing about this is that the soundtrack or the music behind it is actually copyrighted. So I am going to have to, like, when I play this, I'm going to have to mute it. Otherwise, I have to go later on and edit out the damn. Oh, there is, yeah. Because it's actually copyrighted music. So I can't, it means I got to go out and spend friggin' hours, whatever long it takes to edit it out. So anyway, check this out. This is a really cool, little book. Grandmas, granddads, uncles, aunts, buy this book, man, and give it to your, and not as a religious thing, just as a great art book for kids, young kids to get into, 3-year or 4-year and older, because at the end of the way, at the end of the day, right? Kids love picture books. All of us found it easier to read and to get into art by looking at comics. And it's such a cool book. I love the art, man. And the other thing is, like, I was gonna buy it, and then I said and I thought, like, wait, my uncle, my younger brother and his son, my nephew, his birthdays are coming up, right? So why don't I just buy that for them instead? So I bought my nephew the book, and I bought my brother the T-shirt to go with it, because I don't want to be a hypocrite wearing, Jesus, Golgotha crosses, the 3 crosses on Golgotha, and wear it around, and people have to ask me, what's this about? So, are you a Christian? Okay. Then I got to explain to them, no, I'm not, but, I like this book, and and I like this art and everything, and I wanted to support it. But, so instead I bought it to my, for my, family members who are Christians instead. This is such a cool T-shirt. So, yeah. And the reason I mentioned this is because Ethan Van Sciver is always on about how much of a Christian he is, but they basically call that book a satanic book, right? A book without words, just about Jesus talking to kids and people. I found that disgusting. And you probably, a couple streams back, Tim and I, my co-host Tim and I, we covered that. It was like, I cannot despise this person enough. There's something in, everything in me says, like, this guy is a vile piece of human being in the comic scene, right? In the indie comic scene, right? Such a vile piece of, something you want to, like, rub off, it's like shit on your bottom of your foot that you stepped on, and now you got to wash it out with a stink. You got to, like, get a Genola or something, bleach, to wash it out, because it's going to stay there for too long. This is what I think of this person, to be honest, man. Like, when it comes to indie comics, it's like such a vile human being.
There's a real attempt, and I'm not sure where it's coming from exactly, but it grows, and the attempt is to just split Comicsgate apart. And I don't know what people get from it. I'm not sure. Like, I can understand why the SJWs would want it to happen. There are certain war campaign elements that I can understand. They would want to do that for their amusement. Kiwi Farms types would want to.
The thing is that whenever people say that Comicsgate is an anti-LGBT, racist movement, it's because it is now. It really is. It is a racist movement, because if you got a guy in there who leads it, who despises a black man who's better at business and making comics than he is, and talks about him every day, and makes, like, freaking horrible memes about him to do with his skin color, to do with his race, well, what else are you going to do with it? And then also they talk about gay people, like, that they're like, that they're violent thing, the way they talk about it, yet they always talk about butt sex, right? It's just, it's just like the hypocrisy is just, it is everything that everybody, like, everything that Comicsgate wasn't, that everybody thought it was, is now, right?
Do that for fun. But when I see other comic skaters or former comic skaters engaging in it, I just look at them and I go, you're falling into a fucking lava pit if I let go of you. You understand? And I just watched it tonight. I watched like 4 individuals make a joke of the recording thing. And I went like this.
Yeah. This dude thinks he's a mafia boss.
And that's the way it is. It's like, okay, goodbye, guys.
At the end of the day, however, it becomes very obvious why Camel was eventually hated by the CG elite.
So that is the Camel Moon, the way I'm going to start doing it. I'm only going to be getting campaigns together when I'm essentially 80 to 90% done with the work. When I do Boots and Heels phase 2.
See, Camel back then was way onto it, right? There's a same, like that's what I mentioned right now, right? This is why I myself decided to make sure that we were 100% done. Not even 80, not even 95, not even 50%, right? Or 50%. 100% done before bringing it to crowdfunding, because the trust is lost, man, because of Comicsgate people, and people like those who come from the mainstream, and people who take off with people of backers' money and never deliver a product, right? It's like somebody called Zoe Bell, right? $80,000, right? Other people, like people, everyday folk who back us, dude, they work hard for that money, right? I remember, like I said, mentioned earlier, that while I was studying full-time for my degree, I was holding down 2 jobs because I was married and I wanted my wife to work full-time. Study full-time, because she was doing IT, and I knew how tough that was, right, with coding and shit. And I was studying full-time for my filmmaking degree, but I still wanted to make sure that we were adequate, we had a car, that we could still have, have a good life while studying for that 3 years. So I was painting walls, I was laying wallpaper, right? I was cooking food, I was selling tiles, I was working in the warehouse. I had so many freaking different jobs in those 4 years I was down there. Actually, I went down there like 6 months earlier. So 3.5 years I was down there. I was doing so many different jobs while studying full time, right? My wife at one point, my ex-wife now, at one point, was would do caller thing. What is that called? Gosh, when you like call center thing, right? She'd go and do about 3-4 hours a night, call couple of days a week, call center things while studying full time, man. So if she wanted something, she could go and buy it, and not go, oh shit, I'm a student, I can't afford that. So oh, can we go away to celebrate our our anniversary? Yeah, let's go. We got money, we worked for that, right? So I understand how it is when you're just a regular person having to save up, and then out of that saving up that money, you back people with that have worked hard on their product and who deliver. But then you have people who don't deliver, who take that money, who gamble that money, who steal that money, and never come back to crowdfunding after they got that 90,000, 30,000, right? Or people who make their comics out of AI slop, right? Every piece of artwork is just prompts. But and then what that creates is for people like us who actually, in Camel Moon, like 95% finished, and then takes it to Kickstarter, right? Or wherever he was taken to, Indiegogo, right? I can see that now. And he's actually taking an almost finished product. And so people like us who actually do the work and will deliver are seen as people who are, oh yeah, well, the other guy back didn't deliver, so I think you're not going to deliver either. It's like, no, we actually finished everything. It's all in hand. Every freaking thing is ready to go to print, and we actually printing in America. So no, we're not going to China and printing it like some people go. Well, we don't want to back for something made in China. No, we're actually printing in China, in America, right? We have to source every. Who's going to print our books, who's going to print this, who's going to print our stickers. We had to go to all the different American suppliers and go, well, who's going to print our t-shirt? I was actually on Facebook looking at who's actually near my my publisher's base in America, in Texas, who can print our t-shirt, right? We do all this hardcore research because we want to deliver the book, and if people trust us that we're going to do this. But you got someone like Ethan Van Sciver, who's the, the don of CG, right? Runs it like a whole place like he's the master and everybody else is a slave. Peasants, right? Kings and peasants. And he doesn't deliver anything for 6 years. And so he hates people who are young, not at his level, 25 years veteran of the mainstream. And these people are able to deliver because they're 95% finished, 80% finished. And like me, 100% finished. But no, we get despised. We get the same friggin' treatment because of what they've done, right? Because they've stolen, they've gambled, they've run away, they've never delivered. Somebody was talking, Lord Raptor Jesus chat a couple of weeks ago. He said, I'm still waiting for my friggin' head sketch from 5 years ago. I don't understand. I just don't understand that people would still follow someone like that.
Who all
it's this whole simp mentality. It's like, people just will do it, like no matter what. It's like being in a domestic violently domestic relationship where you're the husband or the wife, and because like sometimes it's the husband who gets beaten up, right? But they'll still stick around. They'll still stick around. Yeah, I can change this from the inside. Sometimes you just gotta leave, man. Sometimes you gotta go, nah, I ain't putting up with this shit. I gotta leave this. And a lot of people have. A lot of people have. Like about 90% of people have left CG. But because these people have had a big name in the mainstream, though most of them I didn't even know, right? Even I'm a person who looked at who followed writers, not artists, all right? Because I'm a writer. So, my whole thing was writing stage plays, skits, acting in stage plays, right? And then going off to writing, learning to be a writer as a filmmaker, and then making short films, right? And so on. And then deciding, well, since my accident in 2007, well, I can't really go and make films because it means a lot of travel, a lot of time being on my feet. So what can I do now? I'll just write. So yeah, Camel Moon basically is similar to me in the sense that he decided, well, you got to put a almost finished product out, or a finished product out, because people are just tired of losing their money. It's like you're gambling, right? Unless you have that money to gamble and you're willing to lose that, don't back crowdfunding, man. Really don't, because I rather you honestly want something from us and know that you're going to get it than to think like you're going to not get it and lose it, right? Because honestly, that's why I made sure that we put out 2 books at the same time, so that people's wouldn't have to pay, their backers wouldn't have to pay freight twice. That you could get both books for the same freight charge, right? That you get a whole pack of books for the same freight charge, rather than having to do double time, like putting two campaigns out. Because I know how hard it is, to earn a living right now, right? I know that not everybody is making big money out there, and it's, you got to treat people like you want to be treated. And I've worked for bosses that haven't treated me right, and when I became a boss, I was like, okay, well, running my studio, right, putting on the comic conventions, right? I learned how all the experiences I had for the decades as working for other people. I was able to put on that and run it for 5 years until I decided not to, right? Because I learned how to treat people with respect. That doesn't mean you get walked over, right? And now, like, whenever I ask one of my artists to do something, they do it because they know that I treat them with respect, right? Even they do it just because they want to do for fun, right? One of my artists said, "Hey, yeah, you know, I just want to do the covers because I want to be fun. It's fun, right?" So, you know, it's a whole different environment when you treat people with respect, and then if you don't treat people with respect. And I feel like that everybody that is part of CG, the elites that are there, they don't treat people with respect. They hate their backers, but they need them though, right? That's the thing. They need them so much. So then now they've got to put on drama and lie and make enemies and pretend that they are hated by those people when they're not really, but they're hated now because of how they behave and because people are learning about them, right? There's so many people over the last several years, like maybe last 2 years even, that didn't even know CG existed and what it was because other people have been looking into it. Imagine if CoffeeZilla, right, Voidzilla, if CoffeeZilla looked into CG, what would he find there? Right, all the fraud, all the Ponzi schemes, right? I wonder, right, if CoffeeZilla thought, well, what's all this shit about Comicsgate, this movement, former customer movement, right? What's happened to it, right? What's going on there? What's all these comments about never receiving, their product? Hundreds of dollars that people have backed individually, I should say. Top tier people who've backed it. Why is those products on eBay right now, but they haven't got them? The actual, backers haven't got them, but it's selling on eBay.
I'll have to do at that point, it'll probably be some light lettering. So I want to make sure everything is pretty much ready to go. And with this campaign, everything is ready to go because all of the Hail Salad cartoon was, the culmination of work over 3 years. And then all of the product is stuff that's already been designed. So it just needs to be sent to get produced. So
that's just like us.
And I want to start doing that because I think people want to get their stuff sooner.
Yeah.
I think it's really just that simple. And I
100%.
think at this point, putting out more and more campaigns and still not fulfilling, I think is kind of it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of deal. So I want to make sure that people can get their stuff in a relatively fashion.
Truth hurts. That's what it comes down to, right? People want their stuff soon.
Cecil killed you for not being on Jack's show while having a campaign. Yeah, but I mean, the book doesn't sell on that fucking show. This is what I try to tell him. I didn't want to sell anything on that show. Here, now you got me all riled up. I never wanted to sell anything on the Jack show. I wanted it a place that we can relax and hang out and not worry about work. Then we're starting to sell things on Jack's show. I'm just like, all right. So then we get in the mood where we're selling stuff. It's a regular thing now. I don't sell a single copy on that show of anything I'm doing. So, I mean, like, okay, you want to try to run that by me about, oh, you got to be on the Jack show to sell your book. I disagree. I've sold way more not being on the fucking Jack show. All right. So don't play that argument with me.
Kelsey Shannon was the K in the Jack show. Longtime viewers and A-loggers of Comicsgate noted the growing tension between John Malin and Kelsey prior to the Tampa Bay convention. In a June 13th, 2023 post on the Kiwi Farms, it was noted that Malin was toying with the idea of voting Kelsey off the Jack show due to his apparent lack of participation. This was on a deleted live stream on Cecil's channel.
And he just doesn't do that at all. That's just not who John is. But Anna's sitting there saying that Kelsey left because of John is fucking credible. Like, that is just not true. That is propaganda. Comicsgate.
I'd say that's not propaganda because, Pan, I don't know if you know or heard, but back when John and Kelsey got into it, there was a now deleted hidden Rumble stream where John and Cecil, where John and Kelsey had at it.
The Kelsey Shannon and John Malin dust-up on an August 2023 stream has become one of legend, the holy grail of lost streams, similar to the giant spider sequence in the 1933 film King Kong.
When I saw, and it just didn't make any sense to me about what happened with Kelsey. Like, he rage quit the Jack show and a bunch of other rooms, but like, I get it. Kelsey's working and doing all this. But whenever he was there, it seemed like he was having fun. And I asked, when he did rage quit, I asked Cecil, I was like, is there some kind of fight that happened between you guys that I don't know about? Cecil's like, no, I've never had a problem with Kelsey. I asked John before that stream when Kelsey rage quit, that was on John's Rumble stream. I was like, did anything ever happen between, like, did you guys ever get into a fight or something that me and Cecil don't know about? John said no. And I was like, maybe it's because they work together and like John is very like meticulous about the way he wants things to go. But I was like, I couldn't figure out what happened. And I'm like, if it was because it was too late, like, I get it. It's late at night. You go to bed early, you wake up early because Kelsey does morning shows. I'm like, tell us, just tell us it's too late for you. And then he used the excuse, well, like, they have too many guests and I want to talk about this. I'm like, you can easily steer the conversation. You know, the only reason we started bringing on guests is because you stopped showing up. So if you want to talk about comics, talk about comics.
In talking to a few people, there seems to be some confusion about the stream's title. It was widely accepted that this took place on a Rumble exclusive Jack show, but as a few people behind the scenes told me, this was not the case. This was on John Malin's Rumble exclusive Dirt stream, a series of streams notorious for Malin going off on his grievances with the state of Comicsgate. They immediately go private and no one has been able to archive or save these streams. It is believed that Kelsey's final appearance with Malin was on such a Dirt stream. Mr. Dongs of the Kiwi Farms gave a breakdown of that stream, noting Malin's feud with PTP and calling the con a bust. Mr. Dongs wrote, after a few hours of calling the con a bust and PTP a degenerate drug dealer, Kelsey snapped about how he was starting to think this wasn't a bit by Malin at all. Push came to shove and Malin called Kelsey a parasite who never rode the YouTube org with heart and only appears on the Jack show because he needs another handout.
The only parasite in comics in the indie scene is Comicsgate. Really, Comicsgate is the parasite. That's why I call it a cesspool, a poison apple.
In response, Kelsey quit the show and has since gone on to co-panel with Graybeards with old friends Aaron Lopresti and David Williams, leaving his former co-host /Frog to sweep it up by saying that he just didn't get Malin's kayfabe heel gimmick. Allegedly, the reason Malin deletes his streams, especially those exclusive to Rumble, is due to an apparent strike he got on his YouTube channel prior to the Tampa convention, in which he stated he was on his way to the con to start a confrontation, and this was the explanation given as to why he moved his more controversial streams to Rumble. Only in the title that the alleged intent to cause a confrontation was made. The stream itself made no such allusions to any cause or intent of such. But again, due to many of these streams being wiped from the internet, all that remains are the testimonies of those who've witnessed the timeline of events. So take this with a grain of salt.
Is Jack show finished? I think it was finished a while ago. I'm ready to move on to other things. I'm having a lot of fun. Getting ready to do my comic. Getting out to conventions, meeting people. I'll just say one thing. Everybody mentioned Graybeards to me at the show. Nobody mentioned Jack show. That's all I needed to hear. So we're going to get on with things. We're going to have some fun. We're going to make comics. Comicsgate ascending. That's right, Past Master Dan. It's time to grow up.
The rift between Kelsey and Malin was the first post-Tampa conflict. But as with all the creators labeled a Dungeoneer, the hostility towards Kelsey existed long before it. It seems, according to Panboy of War Campaign, that the enmity between Malin and Kelsey went as far back as 2020, during Cecil's cash grab campaign.
Back in the day when Cecil was doing his first book, and do you remember the Cecil Pede book? And there was this contest that they were doing for who was going to be at the head of the Cecil Pede. And Anna wanted to be at the head of the Cecil piece. She wanted to be drawn in on this cover.
I woke up just a few minutes ago and I saw there was drama going. Could you imagine that $3,000 cover? There'd be a bidding war and behind the scenes jockeying for that.
Well, there's no behind the scenes jockeying because it's our.
These guys are like, this dude here is so overpriced, man. His what's it called? His credit rating in comics is so low level right now. Like they were saying, I saw a recent clip where how much people were actually paying. It's like in the hundreds now, right? His artwork is worth hundreds now compared to what it was in the early days of CG. He just got paid $4,000 for indie, like I guess like low level CG creators to get 2 covers done by 2 different CG kings, whatever they call themselves, right? But ended up they just gave it to another king. So this is what I mean. They like self-serve themselves. It's weird. It's you got to see the Lord Raptor's. I think it's his Rumble stream. Let me just find the link for that, where you can see all that sort of stuff. Here's a link to that. His Lord Raptor's stream. If you follow that up, you'll see the whole, what is it called? Build up to the cover. Yeah, there was a competition for indie cover by Ethan Van Sciver, but the guy who was actually gave him the money for it wanted 2 other people to do it, not all $4,000 to go to him. And he was pissed. He had to have some backroom chats because he'd already spent the money at gambling, right, that night, because he'd got on it and went to gambling 4 o'clock in the morning without telling his wife. Right.
Already been purchased.
Right.
Too little too late for Anna. But I mean, there are people who are concerned because they really did want to see Anna as the head of the Human Centipede. So
that alone
they should have donated more.
Listen, you could share my screen. There was another Anna is true. She's our beauty, but there's another beauty out there. There are other beauties.
This is
the beauty,
man. Like
that will get the front of
I remember seeing.
No, they actually raised a little.
This is some leftist shit. Like it's just gross. It's like these guys will just do anything for a bit of money, right? Like these guys will do anything for coin. And Dan Frager is right. Like, you know, there was an early clip where he says around where he was like going on about, is it here? 134, where are we? 158. We'll come back. So check this out, right? I think it's this one.
There. John Malin and Shane Davis would up the ante with some rather strategically malicious jokes about her looking like a fat Cenobite from the movie Hellraiser.
Doesn't Allie look like the fat choke out? Doesn't Allie look like the fat Cenobite in Hellraiser?
The joke was so malicious that Dan Fraga, who had gone silent prior to this for medical reasons, spoke out against it publicly, along with how he felt PTP was being treated, and took Malin and Shane to task over it.
No, this is big boy. This is no. Don't hide me. This is big boy talk. Because
I'm just here.
Your stream, Rena, your stream with Allie, even though it was a few weeks ago, it's been heavy on my mind, and the kind of the way it was treated in Efap really rubbed me the wrong way, like it majorly. I don't like the way he talked about my friends Rainey and Allie. I don't like the way John Malin or Shane talked about PTP. I don't like it. Here's the thing: John was being a bully, and I'm sorry I wasn't there. Alexander, one of these days I would love to hear what Shane did according to you, Frega. How about this? I'll tell you right now, straight up. He called my friend a fat Cenobite. How about that? Straight up.
Yeah, and he's a fucking asshole for doing it. So
straight up.
That's for you, Shane. Fuck you.
How about that?
And you're a liar. You're a fucking liar to boot.
Calm down, Will. I'm just saying, no, but for real, and it's on record, bro. I've seen it on the stream. And when you're picking on Ali and you're picking on Rini, and you look like a bunch of fucking douchebags. I'm sorry, you do. And it really made me feel sick to my stomach, because this is not what I signed up for.
After Fraga's initial call out of Malin and Shane, Malin did a live stream Efap, leaving his former co-host / Frog to sweep it up by saying that he just didn't get Malin's kayfabe heel.
Wanted to be at the head of the Cecil piece. She wanted to be drawn in on this cover.
I woke up just a few minutes ago and I saw there was drama going. Could you imagine that $3,000 cover? There'd be a bidding war and behind the scenes jockeying for that.
Well, there's no behind the scenes jockeying because it's already been purchased.
Right.
Too little, too late for Anna. But I mean, there are people who are concerned because they really did want to see Anna as the head of the Human Centipede. So
they should have donated more.
Listen, you could share my screen. There was another. Anna is true. She's our beauty, but there is another beauty out there. There are other beauties. This is the beauty that will get the front of the centipede.
No, they actually
remember these guys are like conservatives, right? They laugh as conservatives, right? They laugh as Christians, right? You know, that's what cracks me up. Like, I've been around Christians for decades, and none of them are out there laughing like this. Like, I'm not a Christian myself, and I'm out and out about that. I'm like open about that, right? I consider myself a heathen, right? But even I, you know, yeah, I just thought this was disgusting. And the clip I should have played was like the one about, you know, how they treat women, right? Where we saw with Frega calling them out about how they went after Rini, they went after Ali, and it's just like, how do you like? And the one thing that I always find really hilarious is that this is on a global level that they're saying this at. Like, anybody, anywhere, everywhere, at any time could see them, right? And this is why a lot of them, they delete their you know, live streams. They go out and say shit and then they delete it once they've said it, because their select group of people have already seen it, so they understand what they're talking about, right? And who they talk about. But then they delete it because then nobody else will know about it, right? And then call them out for it because it's deleted. But everything on the internet's forever, right? Somebody's going to keep a record of it somewhere.
Waste a little bit of money there. That is something else. Get Gina on the cover of Cecil Pete. So they did the same thing that Anna did.
Yeah, they actually even grabbed her text. Kicked her off.
Oh shit.
But
oh
yeah.
God, war campaign's funny.
I mean, this is going to be a controversial cover in itself, because, you know, people will purposely misconstrue it as to me making fun of you know, a trans or something to that. But that's who won.
We outbid Anna on this cover, and we were gonna put Gina, who was our friend Man of Sex dressed up like a woman, on this cover. And so we had, like, we were kind of debating, you know, we were toying with them. We're using it like, well, we might not put Gina on the cover. Maybe we'll put Malin on the cover, you know, and stuff like that. And kind of just, we were taunting people with who's going to go on the cover of the Cecil Pete, because we had won the bidding, so we could choose whoever we wanted. And since War Campaign had a falling out with Comicsgate and Cecil, he didn't do the Gina cover. and then ended up going with the alternate cover that Kelsey Shannon had drawn. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure, you know how Malin's a sensitive bitch. He couldn't have been too happy about Kelsey Shannon drawing this for Cecil's book.
I was upset before because I didn't understand why Kelsey felt the way that he did. And I messaged him and he kept changing. He wasn't changing his answer. He was gaslighting me. He said, you only saw a clip from this one stream. And I told him, I'm like, no, I watched that stream in its entirety while it was live. I was watching your show. And he's like, no, John clipped me.
They Comicsgate called this person called Anna a whore, right? They're pushing her towards doing OnlyFans and shit. It's crack up watching how they treat people. I can't remember where it was, but like there was early on. Is this here? Yeah. Hold on. 2 hours in. Okay, so I gotta make sure I remember it's 2 hours in. We're at. This thing here, right? So Anna goes and does a spoof of some lady, right? Some freaking TikTok person or Instagram person, and then they say all this.
Oh, the Dungeoneers, and it's like, yeah, we did this degenerate thing, and we had a fucking great time doing it.
Yeah.
Ha ha, mofo.
Yeah,
If the main audience, mainline Comicsgate, turns on you, you're done.
Yeah, you got it from me. I love to go to sex dungeons and get mad about it when people tease me about it.
The whole thing about the Dungeoneers, I'm just like, you do realize how fucking retarded it is that you didn't run with that. That could be a fucking show. That could be a weekly show where you joke about the Dungeoneers. The thing to do with the internet when stuff like that happens is it's a hit. People are laughing about that. Make it a fucking show. Make your show the Dungeoneers. And it's like, yeah, we did this degenerate thing and we had a fucking great time doing it. Ha ha, mofo.
But they didn't.
What many who were CG at the time would come to realize is that when it came to those jokes, there was malicious intent behind them. Anna, that Star Wars girl, was vocal about the Tampa creators adopting the Dungeoneers name and making light of it. But in the fall of 2025, Anna had uploaded a parody video she did on her Instagram in which she appeared to be spicing it up a bit.
Now, I've never done this before, but I am going to try to write my own icing lettering. And it is a lot harder than it looks, but for a first timer, I think I did pretty good. My sweet girl didn't complain. In fact, she was mesmerized by them.
She had also recently given birth to her first child. In November of 2025, EVS and Shane Davis played the video on a live stream and, well, made some jokes.
People go, oh, look at Anna, like that Star Wars mom. Like, look how dried up she looks. Her titties are hanging down lower than usual. And I go, what?
This dude's married, by the way. Both of them are married. I find that really funny because imagine your wife walking in or hearing this, watching this live stream, watching a clip of it, you saying this about other women. Because you know that he himself has said it, that his wife has got Alzheimer's. Not Alzheimer's, what's it? Got some sort of the same disease that Michael J. Fox has. It's really bad. Like it's where you have no you lack motor control of your over your body. I mean, I have a broken back and a broken neck, so I walk around with a cane. I should say not broken, but like injured, right? Damaged. And so I have sympathy, right? I have empathy for people because I know I'm in pain 24 hours a day. So I understand what it's like to a little degree, right? Because that's like total loss of control. I could never understand that fully. But this dude saying this sort of stuff, both of them are married, right? Saying this about another woman, a friend of theirs, even worse, right? Because they're supposed to be friends, right? They've known each other for years, but it's kind of like a passive aggressive thing he just did there, which is like, oh, this is what other people are saying, right? Like, well, you don't even have to say that. What? Why repeat what somebody's saying negatively about your friend, right? So, is it here? Hold on, control.
Dried up she looks.
Yeah.
You know, her titties are hanging down lower than usual. And I go, what are you talking about? She is lovely.
Aggressive.
What a beautiful girl. And you guys
You're
are just
unaware
jealous.
of what Anna's up to now, I think.
Oh,
He's just making it up that he says that.
I'll have to pull it up, but she's
him himself
she's
who's saying
venturing into dangerously close, in my opinion. She's getting dangerously close to the being naked soon.
Okay.
I'm going to pause it just.
Oh, I did see this.
Channeling Nara Smith for this video.
Oh
Here's my fancy dress. I will
look.
Oh, I did see this. I was like, whoa, girl.
They're saying OnlyFans incoming.
Yep.
It might. I don't know.
She's not even making good cupcakes, like, or whatever it is she's making. She's showing those cupcakes. She's like, look at these cupcakes.
Not only that, but like a little while, I think later on after this, they did a stream where she cries about this, right? Because of them calling her whore, right? But then there was later on, they did a stream where Ethan Van Sciver was doing AI porn, right? Of like prompts of Anna. After all that, right? And she's on the screen and he's like changing it and she's going, oh, use this image. Well, watch this first, right? This is like, it's just such a weird thing. People will do anything for fucking money on internet, to be honest. Sorry for swearing, right? But they will. It's like, it's going to a point where people will do anything for a cent, for a super chat, for a subscription.
I'm making, but it's like she's just showing her tits.
These jokes made by these men went back to Anna, who would fire up her own live stream, in which she appeared audibly and visibly upset.
don't cry. I've been crying pretty much the past 24 hours. I cried after Jack's show. I cried yesterday after all the news happens. And then I thought was good. I thought I got it all out of my system. And then I was trying to catch up on what happened with Trashcast, and I got to a certain point and I just had to stop it because I was like, oh my God, okay. Tell me how my supposed friends really feel about me. Apparently everything is my fault. And then getting called a whore by my friends, or basically getting called a whore for a parody video that neither of them really knew much about, even though I explained it in the video. Like, it was all over Twitter for days, and my birthday was coming up, which is Halloween, and I did a parody of it where I made like cupcakes, and they were supposed to be shitty. It was supposed to be a parody, and for that, because my friends didn't listen to the beginning of the video and they don't know who Nara Smith is, even though she's extremely famous. I mean, look, like go at 4.8 million followers. Because of that, I'm basically a whore, and I'm going to be OnlyFans, and I'm the reason that the Jack show broke up. I really appreciate hearing that from my friends.
I mean, I just got back from Anna's live stream, in which I did tell her.
Remember, like, she was just before saying, hey, they should own the Dungeoneers thing, right? Be lied about. They should own the fact they're being lied about. It's like, well, it's all jokes until it happens to you, right? That your own friends do it to you. I mean, with friends like this, who needs enemies, right? As the saying goes.
You were gay.
Oh yeah. By the way, this is the wife that I was talking about, Shane Davis's wife, Yanzi. She's really hard to understand. Like I speak 2 different languages, and I still find it hard to understand what she says most of the time. And one of them happens to be Hindi, and I don't speak that well at all because I've lived in 40 years. For I 99.99% of the time speak English, and even around my family, I speak English because I don't understand most of Hindi. Right, because I've lived 40 plus years in New Zealand. Agent 46 now. No, 46. Yeah, since the 80s. So yeah, about 46. But yeah, imagine saying that sort of stuff about your friends, your female friends, publicly. By the way, this is what really gets me. It's not they're saying it privately amongst themselves. They're doing it on a live stream, on a global platform, right? Like anybody with a mobile phone, anywhere in the world, because not everybody has a computer, right, in the world, but just about most people, right? 80% of the world probably has.
In the chat, she did not. And I said Shane Davis, this guy.
Yeah.
And she did not read that. She didn't read that chat. She did not respond to that. But she's very upset right now. She feels like all of her friends are fake.
Yeah, because they are.
And she feels
They're
like,
all fake people.
John Malin was
All
her
these people
friend,
are
but
fake. They
she's very
pretend
sorry she
something
hurt him
all the time.
And she thought that they were friends, but obviously she hurt John Malin,
They're
who
fake
was her friend.
conservatives. They're fake Christians.
And she's crying, like literally crying, like weeping,
right?
In the chat. And then she said, "I'm sorry that I was a whore. My friends think I'm a whore for making that cupcake video." And I tried to tell her, and she would not read my chats. I said, "No, we're just trying to get you naked."
Yeah.
And she didn't read that. She didn't see that I said that. Like, it's not that you're a whore. It's
I said she was at the event.
Look at
Horizon.
Yanzi.
She
Look at her
messaged me and I
face.
messaged
Right?
her back.
Right? Look at this chick's face. Right? She's there sitting there going, "My husband and his friend, who stream every day, are talking about one of the other female friends being a whore." And what are they? And the first thing you'd come to mind, if you're a normal human being, you go, "Well, what are they saying about me then?" In private, right? Just look at her face, right?
Like I said, you're at the Event Horizon. I don't even know if she knows what Event Horizon means. It's weird. That's a running joke on Jack's show where they're talking about we're trying to get her more naked for each calendar. So I'm like, I'm pretty sure that joke has been ran before. That wasn't a new joke.
What would your wife think, man? Like, if
It
you're
wasn't
thinking
lost
like
on
that?
many former CGers that Anna became the very thing
If
the
you're married,
Dungeoneers were the target of:
or even
malicious jokes and the doubling down of men who told them.
I already told the girls I can't do Queens anymore. I was watching that live stream of Ethan and Shane basically imply that I'm going to be a whore. And I messaged them and I said, I don't think I can do this anymore. I like Mandy and I like Yanzi, but by the way, both Shane and Ethan have both apologized to me. And I told them, I get it. You guys were just joking. And it was like, if it was any other day, I wouldn't have reacted the way.
Ended up going with the alternate cover that
You only saw a clip from this one stream, and I was like, he was messaged him before.
drawing this
same person saying this
for Cecil's book.
I was upset before because I didn't understand why Kelsey felt the way that he did, and I messaged him, and he kept changing. He wasn't changing his answer. He was gaslighting me. He said, "You only saw a clip from this one stream," and I was like, I told him, I'm like, no. I watched that stream in its entirety while it was live. I was watching your show. And he's like, no, John clipped me and took me out of context. And I'm like, no, I know he didn't take you out of context because I watched your show. I watched the entire stream. And he just kept going back and forth about that. And he just wouldn't give me an answer.
I wrote Kelsey an email like, "Kelsey, I love you. I need you around, man. I need to work with you. I need to laugh with you. I need to joke with you." And this dude said, "I don't like the things you're doing with Patrick Thomas Parnell. I don't like the moves you're making against Derek July. Like, any of this shit is my fault." And disappeared. And then he came back a week later and he was just like, "Maybe I'll come on your."
Look at Shane Malin here. I mean, Shane Davis, right? It's like she's here and like all the way back then. And now she's been called a whore, but now she's, oh, they apologize, so it's okay. Now here, Ethan, render AI porn of me, right? Images of me in a sexual way. Yeah, now do that now. after calling me a whore. It's like none of these people actually have any sense of morality on how to treat each other. And yet they keep calling themselves conservatives and Christians all the fucking time, bro. It's hilarious. And Shannon was right. I mean, Kelsey, right? Shannon was right. They did go out of their way to fucking villainize Eric July and everybody else that wasn't part of their elite group. Right?
Oh, I don't like the moves you're making against Eric July. Like any of this shit is my fault. And disappeared. And then he came back a week later and he was just like, maybe I'll come on your stream. No, you made your choice, dude. You know, you made your choice. You ally yourself with people who choose to be my enemies.
He is most likely referring to the December 3rd, 2023 DM exchange he had with Kelsey, in which Kelsey stated he was mostly busy and was not fond of streaming. Ethan expressed his interest in hiring Kelsey for work before Kelsey listed the amount of work he was hired to do already. Ethan didn't seem like he wanted to lose Kelsey from the fold and wanted to stay in touch. That was when Kelsey told him he was not interested in the drama involving PTP, Eric July, and Mr. Biggins, among others. It was not lost among A-loggers on the Kiwi farms that Kelsey did a lot of the coloring for Cyberfrog Wrecked Planet when the original colorist, Kyle Ritter, was off the project on vacation. After the Riot Press Room DMs were read on stream, CG got to see Kelsey's real feelings. In a message from September 16, 2023, Kelsey runs down his reasons for leaving the Jack Show, noting how Ethan Van Sciver, John Malin, and Shane Davis had run his name through the mud, calling Malin a cunt, how they treated Rini and PTP, as well as a slew of former CGers.
When I read those Dungeoneer files, and there was something he said in it where it was like, no, you guys are my people. And I just like, that kind of broke my heart because I'm like, I don't know. We were always there for you. We only ever.
You're such a hypocrite, bro. Like, that's why I played that other bit earlier, right? Just to show you what sort of person this person is, right? Anna, the Star Wars girl. She's just like them, bro. Her own friends call her a whore, but then she'll cry about it. Then she'll go back and, well, yeah, make AI porn of me. And then she'll go, oh yeah, but they do it to somebody else, and they go, oh no, well, you should have a stronger back. Make a joke about it. It's such a freaking. This is why I don't like these people, man. They're like such hypocrites. I mean, I always say like how I if I see any hypocrisy in me, I apologize and I make it right, because I hate hypocrisy, man. I've been, there's some of the things that I've in Christianity I've seen is hypocrisy is why I've left Christianity, right? There's some people that I've met in that religion, belief system, whatever you want to call it, that is why I've stopped being a Christian, right? Because I do not like hypocrisy. I don't like people saying, oh, I'm a certain type of person, and then like they'd be something else. I'd rather be a heathen all day long than to call myself a Christian or pretend to be a Christian if it will get me some money, right? You know what I mean? It's like faking this bullshit for money is just the worst thing you can do, right? It's like I'm watching I'm actually watching. I just started yesterday watching a TV show from 2020, I think it was called. It's called 30 Coins, right? And the reason I mention it now is because about 30 Coins is about the 30 Coins. It's a Spanish-made movie from 2020, which is kind of like the first season is supposed to be really good, right? But the second season kind of like floundered and was really bad. And so people don't talk about it that much, but this is it here, right? So it's a Spanish 16 episodes, right? And episode 1 is pretty good, right? And what it's about, an exiled priest tries to escape his demons while living in a remote village in Spain. It's fine now, right? But it's about the 30 coins that Judas, right, was given for betraying Jesus, right? The opening credits is amazing. It's like a realistic it's a live action dramatization of Jesus going to the cross. So let me put this up here so you guys can see what what it's about.
¿Qué pasó aquel día de octubre en Pedraza? ¿Hubo un ritual satánico? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué os dio tanto
Supernatural
miedo?
horror.
Guardar, por primera vez me enfrento a alguien nuevo. Christian Barbaro.
The only way to know the exact date and time of the end of the world
is to provoke it ourselves. Hai bisogno di me. Lottavamo per dominare il mondo. Lui vuole annientarlo. What I'm offering you is the opportunity to start from scratch in a new world.
I don't want to seem arrogant, but I would love to show you what I'm capable of.
¿Por qué pasa todo eso? Por las monedas. Han puesto el mundo patas arriba.
Esta gente se está adelantando a todos nuestros movimientos.
Bárbaro puede acabar con nosotros. Bueno, con todos.
Mai a passare la guardia! E non fidarti di nessuno, tantomeno del diavolo. Everything will be like it was before. Somewhere else. But like before.
So yeah, that's from 2020. Where is the name? So I can put the name up on the screen as well. So Los Monedas. Los Monadas. I guess money. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. I know my art team does though. That worked on our, on our Kickstarter that's up. So basically, they'll sell anybody for coin, man. These people, in CG, just a bit of coin, they'll sell everybody. Here's how far I've gotten while I've been yak away on the. I haven't even finished. I'm almost finished the skirt for one of the bullies here. But yeah, so this is. Oh, and that kind of that the 30 coins reminded me of this book that I'm working on, right? That I wrote called Templeton Rise and Fall. It's about a soul collector in hell. Get that right. There we go. And this is him here. This is Templeton, Christopher Templeton. This is Pacenta. He actually pisses gold. All right. That's why I named him Pacenta. It's a demon. So he works for him in hell. We're working on issue 3 right now. James, who's the artist on this, he's working on issue 3. I gave him the first 8 pages of the script as I edit the next lot. The entire, 29 pages, I think. Each issue of the comic book is 29 pages. And so the other one here is this is that we've already finished issue 1 of completely, and issue 2 is being colored right now. And then I got to write issue 3 of the script. I've already outlined everything. I just got to edit it and then hand it over to our to my artist there from Sweden, Joakim Hagström, because he's doing all the art and coloring himself. Is that gorgeous, man? Look at the colors on this. Let me bring myself down so you can see a bit more of that. This is called Fantastical. It's Zoolandia, and the first arc is called Fantastical Roaming. This is what I call my magnus opus, like my big work. It's a isekai story about a girl who gets after an accident ends up in another world, alternative version of New Zealand. fantasy with beastmen, with fairies, fae people, demi-humans, demons, and all that, elves, and so on. So the reason I had this open was because I was trying to see, because this is the skirt, and I wanted to make sure it was like kind of like the tones were kind of similar, but a different school, right? So there it's like a green, here it's a blue. And so this is a new next after we fulfill, right? After we fulfill our Kickstarter for Howler, and it's all, and plus, by the way, this Howler comic book and manga 2-in-1 bundle stream, Kickstarter, everything's finished, and as soon as that gets backed and delivered, right? Go check it out, by the way. There's digitals on offer, and also t-shirts, original artwork, and limited edition, only 5 of Kickstarter t-shirts. So that'll be the only 5 in the world. And so we're getting, after that, this will go out, right? We'll put this Kickstarter up, and there'll be it'll be a 2-in-1, so that you guys are able to. The reason I did that is so that both books can go out there at the same time and the single freight cost, right? Because I know as a customer myself and as a backer myself that it's sometimes it can be quite expensive with freight costs, right? Especially if you're outside of America. So I'm going to make sure that by putting two books, projects in one campaign, it'll be better as a backer than having to run one after the other, right? That's why we're doing 2-in-1 campaigns going forward. And not only that, but the campaigns don't start until they're 100% finished. So we won't be bringing any campaigns on Kickstarter until all our books are finished and artwork's all ready to print. Okay, back to these hypocrites. Oh yeah, the reason I was talking about Templeton is because it's similar in the plot, semi-plot, to the 30 Coins, Spanish TV show. It's not like our one's not about coins, but it's about supernatural stuff. But it's not about Christianity. It's about another religion that's part of the Plunge universe called Holy Polyhedron. Okay, back to Alasmat's Dungeoneers. Actually, I should put that on the title, right? On screen for those who are just joining us. So this is the stream that we're efapping while I work.
Tried to help you, and we're like, I don't know, we were always there for you. We only ever tried to help you, and like, I don't know, maybe I thought there was more to that friendship than there actually was, but I was like, because these guys were there for me when my sister died, and I'm just like, these people that all they're doing is talking shit about your friends that have done nothing but try to help you, those are your people? Wow.
But as I showed,
in November of 2025,
she does the same.
Things seem to have gone full circle for Anna, without Malin blamed her for leaving the Jack show. She was also feeling the effects of EBS and Shane Davis roasting her for her Instagram post. Anna went on to her infamous cry stream on Rumble.
He told me, when I asked him if he was upset with me, he told me it was all in my head. And then
gaslighting.
Like 30 minutes later, he left the Jack show. So clearly it wasn't all in my head. I cried when Kelsey left the Jack show. When things were hard and like not fun and I like wanted to take a break, I still stuck it through the best that I could. And then now this, it's like,
karma's a bitch.
God, I don't know what to fucking do. I don't know what to do. John doesn't talk. John doesn't respond to DMs. I was genuinely shocked yesterday when he responded to mine when I asked him if I had upset him. And he told me it's all in my head. which clearly it wasn't. And then he left Jack's show. Didn't talk to me and Cecil about it. He just like, I'm leaving. No explanation as to why. And then less than a minute later goes and announces it to the world. Like, I found out because somebody messaged me if it was true. And Cecil found out because he was on the live stream and the chat told him.
And so began the feud between Anna and John Malin, who took to X when it was alleged Anna blamed Malin for Kelsey leaving the Jack show.
Remember I said that John Malin's a crybaby? Dude's a crybaby, man. Like, if there's anything, John, like, I gave that analogy earlier, right, about how he's the kid with his mum going to a store and playing up and throwing a tantrum because he doesn't get his way. This is a dude as an adult doing that now.
Just like with Irene Strakowski before her, Anna would find herself becoming the subject of many of Malin's posts. Anna found herself blindsided by Malin going public about his leaving the Jack show and not telling his friends in private first. But then Anna didn't pay attention, or rather, ignored Malin's pattern of behavior, as evidenced in the early days of CG when Malin went public with his grievances with Rob Casey, rather than squash it behind the scenes, and may I add, over a liked tweet.
That was the funniest thing to see, man. Like, the guy spazzing out over somebody liking a tweet.
Phil Diaz, like Camel Moon and Kelsey Shannon, did not visit the castle the night of July 28th, 2023. It didn't stop from having the Dungeoneer label being placed upon him.
By the way, Phil Diaz is not a Dungeoneer. That is stolen valor. Malin keeps saying he's a Dungeoneer and he's not. Yeah. Cecil is, though.
Diaz was one of the few comic skaters who fulfilled his books on time. He was one half of Zade Comics along with his brother, Brandon. But he was also embroiled in a lot of controversy behind the scenes. Speculation abounded as to why Diaz was targeted by the CG elite. If you watch my documentary, The Story of the Failed Pit Omnibus, then you already know Diaz was hired by Dale Keown to officially write a new Pit story and assist with the omnibus, compiling Pitt's entire original run from Image Comics.
Ethan, at the time, I liked him. He said, he was like, well, one of the things is...
By the way, is Pitt actually delivered yet? Like, isn't it Indiegogo? Let me see. So Indiegogo, because it's been like, we're in like April. That was supposed to be like a omnibus, but then it became like, issues, right? Which you can, by the way, you can buy original issues of Pitt on we're on eBay actually right now if you want, right? You actually go to it. Let me see if I can find it here. Sorry guys, let me just do something. Let me play our while I'm doing that, I will play the trailer for, is it actually, let's play some music, right? And which is actually the trailer's music, so I guess 2 for 1 while I go find the eBay thing for Pitt, because you guys can, if you want to read Pitt, you can just go buy Pitt right on eBay.
Offer to the finally found the answers in this book, Mythical Creatures.
So I found it. I found the Pit 1 to 13 for $50. You can buy the original issue 1 to 13 of Pit for $50 right now on YouTube, on eBay. $84 New Zealand, $85 New Zealand, right? Approximate. Right now you can buy it. These are original. You even get this friggin' ash can. Is it a half ash can? Hold on, let me go see. Oh, it is a half. Yeah, so you got full bleed half, species number 1, red foil limited ash can, right? And Pit 1. Isn't it cool or what? Like, you can get this right now, dude. If you like Pit back in the day, I remember seeing this, but never actually going out of my way to buy it or anything like that back in the 90s, because I was all about mutants back then and Judge Dredd. That's all I was reading. Mutants, Wolverine, Judge Dredd. Buying it, telling my 88 to 93, I think it was, like I was hardcore into like mutants. I still am, but I just don't read any modern ones. But everybody's made a big fuss about the Pit book, right? And how it's being released as a crowdfund. But you can actually buy it, the original. Why would you want to buy a reprint that's not going to be delivered? That's the people that backed it still haven't got it, right? They're being told they were getting it, but nobody's putting photos up online saying, hey, I've got this book in my hand. It's been delivered. But half, right? If you go right, let me go back to the start. You can get all these Pit books for $50 US right now. You can buy it right now on eBay. Right? All of them. All of these here for $50. And if you're in the US, it's probably going to cost you $20 or less for freight. It'll cost me arm and a leg here if I went to New Zealand. But I've never read this book. And it's got species where it first appears. I think that's kind of like is it where the first appearance? Maybe that's probably why it's part of this, right? Let me go find out. This is CG, right? CG's going, oh, we're going to deliver your books, but they never do, right? Mandy Summers, people still are waiting for Mandy Summers to drop a book, right? Look, you can get the half bleed for $2 New Zealand, which is about $1. Yeah, see, 99 cents. Because at the moment, American dollar is doing really well against everybody else because people have faith in Trump. Unlike when Biden was. When Biden was in power, was in control, this was $1.40, right? This was $1.40. Can you guys see that on the screen? Let me just go full screen if I can see it on there. Is it showing up? Oh, it's not showing up on the screen. Oh, no, sorry. I see why it's not showing up on the screen because it flopped over to another screen, another tab. Hold on, I'll show you it. I'll get it right. It's just as well I went on full screen there on the StreamYard screen. Okay, so here's what I mean. So when Biden, and the Dems were in power, this was $1.48 or $1.40, 44 cents. I remember because, I do business in America, right? So I'm always looking at exchange rates and stuff. So during Bidenomics, this was $1.44, which meant the American dollar was quite weak. But since Trump has been in power, the American dollar has become strong, which means our dollar is weak now against America, right? So 99 cents is 70 cents extra we got to pay. So every time I say $1 US, I got to go, oh, that's another 70 cents extra, right? But you can right now buy the Pit Half Full Bleed Studios 1995 original comic, by the way, not a reprint, an original comic or $1. Or you can place a bid on it, right? Of course, it's a bidding war or whatever, but nobody's bidding on it. This is closing on like in 2 days. No bids. Look, no bids. Sorry, that's opening up somewhere else. But it says here, right? You can see that. No bids in red. But everybody's going, oh, Pitt's such a great book. You know, got to do a reprint. And it's omnibus. Yes, people wanted the omnibus, the collection, because it's going to have a new story. But then they just started being, oh, we're just going to put the first issue out, you know, scanned. Not even the original. There's going to be scanned pages. But yeah, I just love the games they play, right? That these people in Comicsgate play about how things are going to be done and what's going to be best if you do it that way, right? They're like leftists. They don't give you a straight answer, right? I was watching CoffeeZilla. He's talking about this scam that's going on right now with a new crypto coin, and he's talking about how let me see if I can find it, where these people are going, oh, we're going to get 15% interest a month. And I'm like, so for every $100, you're going to give me $15 more? Banks don't even do that. And that's a trusted thing, right? Established thing. But no, these guys are going to give you that. And I'm like, wait, that doesn't make sense. That's like snake oil salesman. Where are they going to get the money from? Oh, they raised it by, how? It's such a weird thing. So I'll show you. Where's Voidzilla? Where's this? I like CoffeeZilla, man. You got to, like, seriously. You got to follow that dude. The guy's, you know, his team and him, they did amazing. Yeah, check this out. So this is the one. Things are getting stupid. I'm just trying to figure. Yeah. So no. I'll play the first little clip. So I was going to play it on our stream, just to make people aware of this, so they don't get scammed in, right? Because CoffeeZilla was the first one to call out Logan. Maybe he was, maybe not, but Logan Paul, for scamming people out of millions of dollars, and he still gets to go wrestle on WWE, despite scamming people out of $1 million. There's a guy in Australia who lost $500K. $500K, bro. A very, very decent home you can get for $500K in Australia. But CoffeeZilla called him out, and Logan Paul said, oh, CoffeeZilla's a good dude. Thanks for helping me see how badly I did. People were creating my game. But he's never paid them back. The guy's running around with what is like a $5 million or whatever Pokemon card, and he's trying to like stiff people out of that who own parts of that. Man, Logan Paul is basically CG. Hands down, he's Ethan Van Sciamma, right? So do check out this, man, because this is very important that you guys go see this. I mean, watch this, because don't get caught into this shit, into this new finance scam shit that's going on. Seriously, don't, guys. For the love of God, don't get caught into this. Because these guys are, if you watch this from CoffeeZilla, you'll find out. But do please watch it, because I think, go check it out, because the worst thing you want to do is to lose your money like people did with Logan Paul. Now back to I thought I mentioned that because I watched it and I was like, oh, please, people, everybody's like always trying to make a fast buck, but it's like gambling, man. Like, the house always wins. They always win, no matter what you think. The house always wins. One day you might be, oh, I'm doing well. Next day you'll be out of pocket. All right. I'll carry on color flatting, and we'll carry on watching the rest of this. And we'll carry on. If you were part of CG back then and are no longer part of it and know some stuff about this, please write, note as you watch this, note it in the chat, and I'll put it on the screen, because we want truth, right? Especially when it comes to like Comicsgate, the former customer movement, but now a cesspool of Satanists pretending to be Christians and conservatives.
Phil had asked to write the book, and Dale can't say no to people, so Dale said yes. But the thing is, Dale should be working with someone like Bill Willingham for his business. And I remember chiming in and going, well, Ethan, if your whole thing, right, is if we're trying to create an alternative in the mainstream, someone who's self-made like Phil working with someone like Dale Keown, isn't that showing we're doing it? Because like in the comic industry, you'd always have that, like a newcomer with, and I was like, someone like Phil, who's like self-made working on something like Pit, that's huge. From what I understand, Dale asked Phil to write. So that wasn't true.
There was also some confusion, it seemed, between Diaz and PTP regarding who was doing the omnibus. All we know is that Dale fired Phil due to Mandy telling Dale that Phil was the guilty party behind the release of her adult pictures, without proof, of course. Diaz recorded a phone conversation with Ethan and PTP in which Ethan admitted Mandy Summers was using sex to get what she wanted in CG, including most likely landing the gig with Dale over the Pit omnibus. Ethan, a man who released private DMs without thought, was mad that his private conversation with Phil and PTP was recorded and released. But Dan Farragut called EVS.
Karma is a bitch, right? There's only, I guess, two things I live my life by. Do unto others what you want them to do to you, right? Treat others the way you want to be treated. And karma is a bitch, because on the other side of that, no matter what you put into the world, it'll always come back to you. You know, G.I. Joe, when I was a kid, when personal home computers came in, there was a rule at school. We were told that whatever you put into that computer, whatever you type in, that's what you're going to get back. So G.I. Joe, garbage in, garbage out, right? Or rubbish in, rubbish out, RIRO, right? And this dude puts so much garbage out, but when it comes back to him, he plays the victim. He always plays the victim. If there's anything, is that CG is a victim of its own making, right? But they don't own it. They think it's everybody else's fault. Dang it, every time I do that, it's like go to play, should actually just push the play button rather than the screen.
Conversation with Phil and PTP was recorded and released. But Dan Farragut called EVS in blatant hypocrisy when Farragut cornered Ethan on their private phone call being made known on X and on stream.
Nobody told him.
What's that got to do with me?
Pee-wee Brunch Viewmaster person.
Yo, Dan, to be fair, like, you know, some of us operate in the daylight and not, you know, recording people using their girlfriends in order to
I understand that.
Try to destroy someone. I mean,
Ethan,
you know, your pal phone tap Phil.
You know what?
When he wanted I know, but listen, when he wanted a conversation with me about Mandy, the sole purpose of that was to undermine and destroy me and Comicsgate. That's what he was trying to do. That's the guy who I've helped out. That's why he did that. And then he lied. He had his girlfriend tape me. He said he had his girlfriend press.
Sorry, couldn't reach the pause button in time. The only person that has destroyed Comicsgate, the customer movement, the former, it's not anymore. Now it's just run by elites, right? It's a communist movement run by elites. People who sit at the top. It's a total commie movement, right? To be honest, I think that's what describes Comicsgate for the best way I can think of. It's a commie movement. The peasants at the bottom, everybody else, and then the elites at the top. And to stay in power, those elites will create drama and infighting amongst the peasants, right? According to them, because that keeps them away from their plate being, not being empty. That they have all the good food, right? If you've seen there was a video, or there's a news about the one of the Iranian ministers' daughter living in the US, showing skin, not having her head covered, her boobs hanging out, cleavage hanging out, right? But her father back in Iran is beating up, torturing, imprisoning, killing women who aren't covered. But his own daughter is allowed to live in the US and behave that way, right? Behave like a Westerner, have the freedom of living in the West. I love the West, man. I am so grateful to be born in Fiji, raised in Fiji until I was 7, right? And then moved to New Zealand, where I enjoy the glories of Western life, the freedoms, the amazing beauty of being able to do whatever I want within the law, right? And enjoy my life. And to be able to say whatever the hell I want, right? Whenever I want. And to create art the way I want. And write stories the way I want. Now, make music the way I want. Writing songs the way I want. I would never want to live under communism, but CG is a communist movement. It's a total 100 million% communist movement. Kings and peasants, right? Your supreme leader, right? Your Ayatollah is Ethan Van Sciver. The problem is the new people in CG don't see this. The newcomers don't see this because they don't see all this stuff that's happened in the past, because they've deleted all these stuff, the way they behaved, right? They get up there and they lie about people and then they delete it, right? But people their followers already understand what's going on, so they have it in their heads who to hate and who to prop up. That's really what communism is. I've been following China for maybe about 4 years now. And if you research things enough, and I do that because of writing, I want to have as much historical insight, real life stories, so that when I write, I have something, realistic and interesting to write about, rather than writing another, story that's same as everybody else's. Because I want to write things that are interesting, right? And so I've learned that, how communism works, how capitalism works, how democracy works, right? And these people are the most hypocritical people. Comicsgate is the most hypocritical communist movement that basically took over a democratic movement and now is run by communists. And all these people, right? John Malin, Shane Davis, they basically be the same people, right? They're all the same people right now. And Ethan Van Sciver are the elites of the communist movement, right? They're the Chairman Mao kind of thing, right? Or Xi Jinping, right? Or North Korea. They'll starve everybody, below them before they give up, they won't even give up their power, even if people at the bottom are starving, right? They'll still stay in there. And this is what CG has become. It's a communist movement. Imagine a customer movement becoming a communist movement, man. That's what disgusts me. I'm so disgusted by Comicsgate, right? There's nothing else. There's no other group that I can think of in comics that disgusts me more than Comicsgate.
The record button so he could have plausible deniability. That's a scumbag. It's a scumbag move, and there's no denying that.
What were the things you said on the tape, Ethan?
The things I said on the tape were me talking to two friends and just supposing.
But they weren't your friends at that point. They weren't your friends at that point.
I didn't know that.
No, but you knew that. The timeline. You look at the timeline. They weren't your friends.
Yeah. See,
you told me the reason why you thought that Pat was off the reservation was that he was hungry for power. And then
I think so.
And how would he get that though? define because you defined power for me that during our call, and I'm only bringing up our call because you did. I thought it was a private conversation, but
no, well, I mean, it's
Yeah, see, the thing is that like people like who the fuck speaks like power? Somebody wants power. Somebody wants. This is fucking comics, bro. This is comics. You're drawing a picture book. You're putting words in a script, right? You're typing it up, and then your artist draws it. And then you get an inker, unless your artist is the inker. And then you get a colorist, right, to color it, or unless the artist is coloring as well, which happens in my case, right? When I've got when I'm with the latest book we put out, right now on Howler, right? Howler was colored by the artist, and I did some color flats, but he colored the rest. So the idea that like you're talking about power when it's just fucking comic books. It's a communist fucking movement, bro. All you got to do is create a comic book, put it out, and then go and do the next one, or deliver it, then go do the next one. Right? That's all you got to do, dude. But he's running it like he's a fucking communist leader. He's a don. He's a mafia boss. No wonder people friggin' leave. Nobody wants to be controlled when it comes to friggin' making comic books. What the fuck? Seriously. It's about drawing picture books. Right? It's not about fucking changing the world. This is the problem with the moment you think your comic book is gonna change the world, you're fucking stupid. You might as well get the hell out. You're daydreaming. You're living in a fantasy world, bro. At the moment, I'm working on 6 different comic books. Honestly, on a daily, not daily basis, on a weekly basis, I'm working on six different comic books, right? We got the Tortoise manga, Western manga, right? Already made, ready to go to print, printed in America, sent out from America. Howler, this is the one I was talking about, like how the art is colored by the artist, right? Inked and colored by the artist. This one I color flatted, this 2-page spread because Australia and I wanted a certain color tone, right? But this is the one that Louise colored himself and inked and everything. I didn't do the color flats on that, right? Then you got my artist from Sweden, right? Joachim's from Joachim's the cover artist for this and the t-shirt designer, right? I mean the t-shirt design. He's from Sweden, right? This is our white werewolf character, right? And our series artist, Luis, he's from Argentina. I always get the mistake with him and Tomas, who is the manga artist, right? Western manga artist on the Tortoise, right? On this, from Brazil. Actually, no, it's the other way. He's from Argentina. The other guy's from Brazil. I always get the mistake. Mistake, man. South America. But these books are 100% finished. 100% finished, ready to go to print. Right? I said to Ilkim, I said, how about putting up your original design for the white werewolf up? He said, okay. I said, he said, I did all these artwork for fun. Yeah, because he did these 2 covers for fun. I said, okay, cool. He goes, so let's put this up. And you know what? We'll send this directly. Man, I spelled it wrong. Dang it. You always, no matter how much you try to get it right, it's like technical difficulties, right? You always get it wrong. I just noticed it here that it's originality, right? I'll get back and then finish them. Change that in a minute. But A4 Myler A3 miler paper, inks, right? Not penciled, inked, right? Original art. And you can get that tier, and you get his whole set where you get the 2 cover art, variant cover art, which is like foil with this one, regular print here. And you get a t-shirt, the band t-shirt, right? Only one. So this is a one-off because it's the only one he drew, right? You get the cards and stuff, and you get the, and of course, you get the stickers. But out of this one, I fought hard, because I was like, I want this for myself, this t-shirt, right? And then I was like, oh, but no, I'll do a different variant design of this for myself, just a one-off. But for everybody else, we'll just do 5 of this so that anyone in the world can get 5 of this, right? One of these, right? And plus this one, you get another, you get this t-shirt with it. If you get that all in, you get this t-shirt here with it, right? As part of the bundle. So you get 2 t-shirts. So you can choose which to give away or not give away. You can either wear it for keep it for yourself, or keep them both for yourself, right? And plus, we're very honest about how the risk and stuff, right? Every item offered has already been created, ready to print. Because I know I'm the one who's friggin' put this all together. And I told my guys, we're not going to release this onto Kickstarter until it's 100% finished. And I delayed it by a month because I wasn't 100% finished. Because I'd been, for the last year or so, I've been promoting in March. It's coming out in March 2026. And and then added a last minute cover, right? So yeah, I've got people coming on this who I know for whatever reason of like, oh, we're back. They go in and drop $100 or $80, and then a couple hours later they pull it. It's like, what's going on? I guess it's because I don't like CG. Or it's because, they have some beef for whatever reason, or they just want to play games. It's okay. It is what it is, right? I'm still going to print my book. I'm still going to save up and put my money behind it and get 50 copies made up of the first issue of each comic book so I can take it to friggin' conventions and stuff, right? Because I believe in people, putting my book out to read. And that's why I spent, I waited until it was totally 100% finished before taking it to Kickstarter, because I wanted people to trust us, right? To know that when we say we're going to do something, you will, that we're going to put a book out, that our book will be in your hand, right?
We had it. Absolutely.
Yeah, but then you did a stream about it.
Yeah, of course.
Why?
About our call? Because it's important.
Yeah, why? No, but it was a private phone call between. What were the things you said on the tape?
He's the guy who I helped out.
Imagine having private conversations, text messages with people, and then the other person releases that just to get at you, even when you're not part of that movement anymore. Hey, I'm leaving. Okay, and then now I'm going to expose you for everything else you said before that. This is what I mean. It's a communist movement, man.
Your mind and destroy me and comics.
CG is a communist movement, pretending to be a conservative movement or a democratic movement. It's a fucking communist movement.
That's what he was trying to do. That's a guy who I've helped out.
He's trying to
That's why he did that. And then he lied. He had his girlfriend tape me. He said he had his girlfriend press the record button so he could have plausible deniability. That's a scumbag. It's a scumbag move, and there's no denying that.
What were the things you said on the tape, Ethan?
Yeah, the things I said on the tape were me talking to 2 friends and just supposing.
But
I didn't have any
friends at that point. They weren't your friends at that point.
I didn't know that.
No, but you knew that. The timeline that you look at the timeline. They weren't your friends. You told me the reason why
CG is the game.
You thought that Pat was off the reservation was that he was hungry for power. And then
I think so.
And how would he get that though? Define because you defined power for me that during our call, and I'm only bringing up our call because you did. I thought it was a private conversation, but
no. Well, I mean, it's people know that we had it. Absolutely.
Yeah, but then you did a stream about it.
Yeah, of course.
Why?
Yeah.
About our call because it's
Yeah,
important.
No, but it was a private phone call between friends.
Right. So I didn't record it, but I did
No,
report
but then you also put in your own tweet. I had a private conversation. You know what private means?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Well, clearly it wasn't private.
There's nothing private when it comes to this scumbag called Ethan Van Scammer. Right? Ethan Van Skyver. This dude doesn't even. Dude talks about his family all the time, and then complains about it when people talk about it. Right? Whatever you put out into the world is whatever people know. If you don't put it out into the world, they won't know. And Dan Frager, right, is calling. Is that low? Oh, it's 720. Wait, how? Oh, it's only on 720. Sorry. So I can't actually, put it up higher. I thought it was like it's all saturated. No. That's on Lasmat's end. That's not on my end. Sorry, guys. Why it looks saturated like this. So, but plus, he's putting in things from like live streams that are actually really, this dude like whatever quality the live streams at. Anyway, so imagine having, like I keep saying this, like, but it's important. If you're having a private conversation with people, you don't need to tell them that you had to the world, right? Because Twitter, that you had a private conversation. You don't even have to mention the conversation. It's like, I don't know how people still trust this person, right? The scumbag. Why they still listen to him? Why they still follow him? Because all he spews is lies and hypocrisy.
So let's just disclose everything.
Anyway, all the pit stuff is documented here. Phil also found himself in John Malin's warpath when Malin accused him of spreading gossip about his marriage. On his appearance on a Slum stream, he accused Phil without saying for what. Naturally, he refused to answer for himself.
You cancel Phil Diaz.
I didn't cancel Phil Diaz.
Why did you talk shit about him on your stream and basically make everybody who fucking follows that group want to back Phil's book? How's that?
Did I make everybody not back him? Is that what I did?
Come on, dude. Come on,
man. You gotta stop.
Phil, let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. This is what I'm going to tell you. Phil Diaz, you guys don't know, deserved every bit that he got. Every bit that he got from me. It's not for you to know. You go talk to Phil.
That scumbag. What, you gonna like fucking cancel somebody and not even be honest about why? What the fuck? If you're gonna do this something publicly, fucking own up to it, loser. Like I keep telling you, like I keep saying, John Malin is a crybaby, sulking shithead, knobhead online, right? In the comics community, in the indie comic community, who is a kid who has never grown up, who throws a tantrum to get everybody attention and make his parents look bad in a shop because he didn't get the lollipop or the toy. And he's never adulted enough to go, oh, I have to behave like a grown-up now. No, he still behaves like a child. And Ethan is the bully in that fucking group. When at school, he's the one who like beats up on for everybody for their pocket money, their lunch money. So this scumbag people that are now running CG are tantrum throwing bullies, really. And it's a communist movement. Like seriously, it's the biggest communist movement in comics scene right now. Even the mainstream have fucking moved on, right? But no, these guys are like playing the same fucking game they used to play in the mainstream, right? Crabs in a bucket, right? I didn't know that until a couple of years ago when I was interviewing a black I don't even want to say that, but like a Chicago black American game creator who said, like, this is what black people do to each other. Crabs in a bucket. They'll stand on top of each other to get themselves out, right? Biting, grabbing them down, pushing them down beneath them. And this is basically what CG is. It's a crabs in a bucket movement. Anybody who's had sense, who've had balls, who's had a backbone has left it, right? Those who are weak, simps, they still stay there under that foot of their communist leader, Ethan Van Sciver, and his elite team of, the next level down of commies, Shane Davis and John Malin.
Receipts, yeah.
Bullshit.
Oh, no. I call bullshit. You lost all your credibility. All your credibility.
Bill
Trust me, bro.
Bill Diaz is talking shit.
I'm glad
Go vote for Hillary. Go vote
Thank
for
you.
Hillary,
That's
Malin.
reminding me why I didn't back any of your books anymore.
Malin finally went public on the details of his grievance with Phil.
Were you talking shit about my wife at a convention? And he said, no, John. No, John. And I said, oh. I guess maybe these are moments of truth. But I'm like, in order for that to be true, my friends and so
remember, these are the same people that talk about women, like I played earlier, right? We saw earlier with Anna, with Allie Brooks, LED Brooks, Renee, a certain way. But when their own fucking bullshit gets called out, even if it's not truth, they lose their shit. Come on, Malin, cry like a little throw a tantrum, right? Somebody decided to play with your toy, throw a tantrum. Don't deal with it like a man. Like, hey, can I have it back? Nah, mama. Yeah, this fucking big baby. Dude, it's like,
associates would have to be lying to me. If what Phil is saying is true, my friends and associates would have to be lying to me.
Yeah.
And I said, so are you saying that Sean
they want
is lying?
To hurt the other guy.
Is that what you're saying, that Sean is lying?
Or you're making it
and
up?
He said, no, John. And that told me right there that what Sean said is true, that Phil Diaz,
someone goes, no, then it's
in
true.
my opinion, has been going around definitely to these convention centers, to these conventions, and talking smack about me.
Nobody
and my
lovely
wife.
There's the thing about this dude, right?
P.K. Allen's throbbing, Paul's for 5, Slums, War Campaign.
Nobody needs to talk about shit about these people because they talk about shit about each other and about themselves. Then they cry because somebody calls them out on it. It's the weirdest thing. It's like, fuck. Karma, bro. Do you know what that is? What you put into the world is what's going to come back to you eventually. Right? That's why, I don't even know how, that people actually still follow these guys, man. It cracks me up. But I think people are just glutton for punishment or just like the drama. Right? It just cracks me up.
Has been linking what looks like divorce proceedings from Michigan with your name on it. If you aren't aware, well, now you are. Well, now everybody is because you just super chatted it, Pete.
Matthew Fowler was present at the hangout where discussion over CGers and failed marriages happened.
Some people will just do this, like super chat, just to meme the shit out of people like him, right? Doesn't even have to be true because people just do that shit. Because some people just like to see the world burn. That's what I mean. So some people would just go and back books and then cancel their backing of those books in a couple hours later, because they want to see the campaign runner go ooh and then go ooh because that's what they think. I'm like, well, it doesn't really matter until it ends. The campaign ends, whatever, right? If somebody backs it or they don't back it, it's okay. at the end of the day, the books will still get printed because I still want to get people to have it in their hands. I still want people to read it, right? Because it's not 100% reliant on whether somebody backs a book or not, whether it gets printed, right? I can still save up and then send some money to the printers, to the publisher, and say, hey, go print this out, and then send me a box of books. Or I can just go to a friend that I know here locally and go, hey, print this book, here's some money for it. See, people really are stupid when they go to back something and think that unless they back it, that the book won't be created. No, the whole point is that we want to give you something special. We want to make sure that it goes around the world, not just to my neighbor down next door to me, not just to my family. We want to see this book reach other people around the world to read it. And I think it's just some people just like to see the world burn. Sadly, some people don't like to see CG burn, and so they keep propping it up. And other people just want to see the drama, right? And other people actually are all in backing these people because they hate other people, right? It's weird. It's really weird. Like, internet has made the world a cesspool of bad behavior. If you've guys seen like that guy Johnny Somali, he's spending 6 months in a hard prison in Korea right now because he thought he could go out and do whatever the fuck he wanted in Korea, right? Because he'd done it everywhere else. Problem is, people just need, countries need to toughen up when it comes to people like that, right? Johnny Somali and Logan Paul people, right? Logan Paul isn't allowed in Japan because of what he did in the suicide garden or forest, right? Some people are just trash people, and we see it every day on clips of them every day, just being scum people, trashies. And here's a trashy right here. Tantrum throwing little child, man baby, right?
He stated that what Malin was accusing Phil of doing was a lie. Phil had no choice but to respond to the allegations put out by John Malin.
John said that I allegedly started a rumor that he was going to leave his wife for Anna. And as he said that, he laughed himself because it was so ridiculous. As the words came out of his mouth, he said, I was at a convention on the con floor. I told this to his friend of 20 years, Sean. And the truth is, I've never been to a convention with Sean. He said that he heard this from a friend that Sean told this to back in April. He said, oh, a little birdie told me that someone told them that someone's been talking trash. And last week he said it was me. What actually happened was Sean was in town. And myself, my brother, my buddy Matt Fowler, a friend from the chat, Admiral Wackass, we took Sean out to lunch. About like a 2-hour lunch. We had a great time. During that lunch, Sean said his friend was going through a divorce. And at the time, our buddy Matt also was going through a divorce. Matt goes, oh man, CG's ruining everybody's relationships. I'm going through a divorce too. Cecil did, JDA did. Did you hear John might be too? And Sean's like, oh no, what's that about? He's like, oh, someone found this document online and people think it's about that. He's like, oh, I didn't know that. That's where the conversation ended. It was a 30-second to a 1-minute conversation. During that, Anna's name never came up. Sean didn't seem uncomfortable. He didn't say, hey man, stop talking trash about my buddy. That never happened. So after Malin Spurg out last week, I hit up Sean. I'm like, oh, what's this all about, man? He called me the next day. We had a conversation, great conversation. He apologized to me, said he was embarrassed. He said there's no need for that, man. And I asked him, I'm like, what was the stuff about Anna? Did anybody bring that up? Because I don't remember that. And Sean said, no, I don't remember anything about Anna. He did mention this to a friend, asking if this rumors were true. And then the friend did tell John about that. Now, I don't know if there was, obviously it's a game of telephone at that point. I talked to that friend as well. Same thing. He apologized to me. He said that he thought John would handle things more professionally. But we're cool. Everything's good between us.
Like I said, John the man baby handling things professionally. Mommy, I want that toy, mommy. That boy's bullying me, mommy. He's playing with my toy, mommy. All right, just go grab a toy, bro. And if he's too big, go grab a bigger boy. Go grab a friend. But this is the whole Chinese whispers thing. Like in Comicsgate, like I said, some people just like to see it burn, and they don't like people. I still don't understand why people follow Comicsgate or want to be a part of it. When you learn, what type of people are involved in it, all the commies that are involved in it, the socialist pigs that are involved with it, it's like, what? Why would you want to be a part of that? Comicsgate treats people like, what is it? That scum that's at the top of soup? When you boil it, all the bad stuff comes up. It's all bubbly, scummy, gray looking shit. And you have to wipe that, scoop it out and throw it away. That's how Comicsgate treats people, because that's what they're like. They're scum. So they got to treat other people like scum, so people don't see them as scum for what they are, right? Because it's pure scum.
So John in Dark Gifts chat would ask me if I was trashing him and his wife, and I said no. He said, did Sean lie then? And I said no. And that's where he thinks he caught me in some sort of lie. But talking to Sean, one of the first things he mentioned to me is John's friend of 20 years, hasn't talked to John Malin in over a year. Me going out with my buddies to this lunch happened in February. And at no time did John get contact Sean at all.
Maybe John misses Sean, his friend of 20 years, who he talked for a year, and he's like trying to blast him off publicly as a way, to get back in the fold, get in line, boy, because that's what and he's probably learning that from Ethan Van Sciver, because that's what Ethan does, right? Get in line, right? He calls him out like he did with Anna, right? You're a whore. You're a whore, man. And then Anna cries and then comes back into line and then goes, oh, hey, use this as an AI thing. Use a photo of me. Turn it into a porn thing of me now, Ethan. Here. Right? That's how they get them in line. That's fucking communism 101, bro. They arrest you, bring you in, tie you to a chair. Now we're gonna re-educate you into our ways. I remember a couple of years ago, I think it was about, must be about 2009, 2008. I was, no, it might have been earlier than that. I was researching for a TV show I was writing, right? Not TV show, a TV script. I was writing a series of scripts for which I'm going to be turning into a comic book when I get around to it, because I've already written about 10 episodes, 10 45-minute episodes, but I want to turn into a comic book, so it'll be like 45 pages of which will become like about 60 pages. I think when you transfer, I found out that when you transfer adapt a TV script into a comic book script, it's around about 60 pages of comic book equals 45 pages or 44 pages of a TV script, right? TV 1 hour is 45 minutes. And TV half hour is 22 minutes of script, right? Which kind of works out to be like I think 22 minutes. Yeah, it's like about two issues of a comic book would be like a 1 episode of TV. And I've done about 450 pages of that. And that was back done when I was like filmmaking, right? When I was, sorry, not filmmaking, when I was holding down 2 jobs and studying full time, because I was like so into like, I got to get as much, work done as possible. Don't waste any time. Go to school, go to work, right. Go to school, go to work, right. And maybe take a day off and then go for drive around, right? But now I've lost my train of thought. I was going, but like when you gotta, if you're dedicated to something, that's what you are more concentrated on. But these people are not dedicated to their art. They're dedicated to drama, to treating people like shit, because that's how they feel. See, that's how they feel to make themselves feel better, right? When I'm feeling down, I don't go out of my way to make other people feel down. I got to figure out, why am I feeling down? How do I not feel down? Right? And the way I feel not down is if I'm drawing, if I'm writing, if I'm editing, if I'm hanging out, talking to my artists and going, hey, in chat, going, okay, where are you at with this? Here's the next page. Here's some reference material, or I'll come on a live stream, because it just makes you got to be more active, right? But these people sit online all day long, and they bullshit about other people, lie about other people, treat other people who are not even part of them anymore like shit, because that's how they make themselves feel better, because they're scum, right? Scummy people, trashy people like to trash other people to make themselves feel better. Because if you're a happy person, you want to make other people happy as well, right?
John told me to have receipts if I'm going to make accusations. I think John should take his advice. He at no point contacted Sean about this instance, and whatever he had in his head that he's been holding on to since February, been jumbled around, and perhaps things have been made up on their own inside of that head. Instead of talking to his friend, he went online and told these lies. He never checked the validity of the situation. And the rumor that now is out there was not started or spread by me. It was started and spread by John, because he is now telling thousands of people a situation that didn't even happen, about an instance that was a 30-second long conversation at a lunch between 5 people.
Another person of note who seemed to display hostility towards Phil was Lon Klaus, writer of Monster MD, among his credits. Klaus seemed okay with Danger Vanessa having her chat maliciously brigaded by Ethan Van Sciver to placate John Malin's feelings over not getting his book, Godlike, nominated for Book of the Year or something. He claimed Diaz won the Writer of the Year award.
Hell, Danger Vanessa, ghost lady. She's still alive out there, but as a ghost.
Or many times by brigading the chat, only for Amanda B to correct him. I had an interesting exchange with Von Klaus myself and noticed he omitted context in my statement I made in my second Heroes Con video. Klaus quoted me saying the SJWs were right. I noted that he left out the part where I said unfortunately, meaning that every single thing the SJW said about Comicsgate in 2018 was right in 2025. An entire video could be...
That's what I said earlier. I said that earlier. I said that everything those friggin' SJWs had perceived and said that comics had earlier on was, right, racist, anti-LGBT, right? I added the T there earlier, but I don't really, whatever. But, and They are now, right? They weren't then, but they are now because it's run by SJWs. Right? That's why nobody cares about, like, the so-called SJWs don't care about Comicsgate, because it's eaten itself, right? It's the monster that fed on its own venom, right? And now it's just rotting away. And we're looking at the husks of it. Soon it's a zombie right now, right? So soon it'll be just on the pile, on the side of the road, just with flies at the moment, and then later on it will just become a what is it, like a let me see if I can find the image I need. Rotten zombie body, right? Because it's like you've seen enough roadkill, right? And sooner or later it just starts falling apart. So right now CG is basically this. And given time, and this is a very good picture of Ethan Van Sciver right here, right? Let me show you. This is where CG is right now in 2026. Right here. Right. This is where so it's slowly rotting away. There's pieces falling off it. So keep this image in your head whenever you hear the name CG, right? Comicsgate, Ethan Van Sciver, Shane Davis, John Malin, that trinity of vileness that is infected indie comics and crowdfunding, right? This is it. Just reaching for your coin. Please, sir, please. Brains. Give me your brains. Give me your intelligence. Let me feed on your intelligence. All right? So you can walk around hollow with no brain. Walk around like a simp. Handing them brains. Handing them coin. Right? God, look at the hollow eyes, man. That's such a great image. Right? Honestly, this is Comicsgate 2026. It's fed on its own self. Necrosis, right? At that stage now, where it's necrosis. Is that the right word? I used to have to I've read so much stuff over the decades, right? That I'll know the word, and then I have to research. Like I'll come up with the word. I have to go back and go, wait, what's the definition of that? And I go, oh, it is that definition. I just forgot because I've had about 7-8 head injuries over the years. I used to be very active as a kid. And even as a teenager, even in my 20s, whatever, I used to be very active, right? Skateboarding, climbing rock faces, swimming. So I've done a lot, biking, BMXing, and without helmets. And so, you get injured. But yeah, man, I don't understand why people can't see Comicsgate and Ethan Van Sciver and his two lackeys, Shane Davis and John Malin, for what they are. Scum. Trashy scum people. I don't know how they cannot see it. That the amount of damage they brought into indie comics will take decades to get rid of. Man. It's just,
be made about the hypocrisy Von Klaus displayed in his replies to me regarding convention harassment that CG seemed to fully endorse now. He brings up Phil Diaz and asks why I didn't do a video on Phil hurting creators with his phone recording, ignoring that EVS admitted Manny Summers was using sex to get what she wanted in CG, while giving Shane Davis the okay for his own recording of his confrontation with Dan Fraga at HeroesCon 2025. Mind you, not only did I not say that Shane was wrong for his mic recording, I fully defended his right to do so. Aside from his contempt for Phil Diaz, why would I bring this up? Because in late 2025, Klaus found himself in a similar spot when he was removed from the Comicsgate King's Room by Ethan Van Sciver for not following Ethan's orders when he was told to cut his beef with Liam Gray out. When asked if it was worth kicking Vaughn from his sphere for Liam, EVS said the guild answer was yes. Klaus would eventually be let back into the room with much support from his Comicsgate creator peers. But when he initially put the news out that he was kicked from Ethan's circle, I went to our back and forth exchange and left him a note. I said, "Here you are smearing Phil Diaz, but months later you are treated just like Diaz. Care to revisit your sentiment in light of recent events now that you got the boot?"
Herberg.
Narwhal was one of the rare outliers of Comicsgate. His art style was an acquired taste for many. I myself dug his expressionist style, which reminded me of the likes of cartoonist Al Hurd.
That is cool, isn't it? I grew up on this sort of stuff, man. Like, as a kid, like, I was reading Tintin, Garfield. I still love that. I've gone out of my way to collect Garfield, Tintin, Asterix. They're on my shelves. I've got several of them on my shelf. Peanuts. Because this is what inspired me to become, a comic book writer and creator and artist, right? Before I lost the use of my right hand and tendons, right? So I can't draw properly or hold a pencil to actually, I just haven't drawn for like probably about 20 years in the way I used to be able to do it. But I love this work, man. That's why, like, when I saw a file by Mike S. Miller, I was like, man, that's so cool. It's weird how, like, Comicsgate has an idea of what they think is comics. And that's how it should, everything is, some visual art should be. Overdone, overly detailed shit that people spend like 30 seconds looking at and then move on to the next page. But honestly, what really keeps people on the page 70% of the time is a story. People go away from reading a comic book and remember the story. It's like what you remember when you watch a TV show or or an anime or a movie. You remember what happened in that. Not about the, to a lesser, the action scene or something like that, right? I was watching, was it yesterday or the day before? Yeah. Today's Saturday in New Zealand, so it's Friday elsewhere, I guess, in the Northern Hemisphere. So Thursday night, right? I think it was Thursday night or something. I was watching Vanilla Sky for the second time in 25 years since I first saw it. And all I remembered from the whole thing was a sequence of Tom Cruise standing on top of the from memory's sake, right? Vanilla Sky, Vanilla. And this is a remake, by the way. And I've seen the original as well at that time. When I found that it was a remake, I went and saw the original, which is a Spanish movie, I think. Right. So I remember him standing on top of this is the scene from the sky, I think. From on top of the skyscraper. And when I was watching it again the other day, right, I think it was Thursday night, and I thought, all I remembered was the sky thing. It's like, so I didn't remember the movie that much, and that was like some sort of, because it's been 25 friggin' years, right? Because I saw it on VHS when it first came out, like in 2001, right? 6 months after it comes out to the movies, it comes out on VHS back then. Now it's like 3 days later or whatever. But Vanilla Sky is a great movie, because it is just a great movie. And it's based on, let me go down here. I'll play the trailer in a minute. But yeah, it's a Spanish movie. Who was the original? And by the way, look at how much it was made for and how much it made. Sorry, you can't see that with my head over there on the screen. So it recouped all its money plus, you know, in that time, $130 million made back. So it made a profit, give or take, about 60 million, 80 million, I guess. And this is just the box office. We don't talk about DVD releases afterwards or VHS, like I watched it, rentals and all that, private home purchases. Great movie, man. Like, I give it a 7 out of 10, right? And what was the movie I want to say? Yeah, it's by Alejandro Amenabar and Matthew Gill. So let me see if I can. Is it? Where do I go to? Usually you can go like creators here, but it's by Cameron Crowe. He's one of the top directors back then. So yeah, there's the name of the movie. Abre los Ojos. And the name of why it's called Vanilla Sky has to do with a painting by Renoir or Monet. I can't remember. Yeah, Open Your Eyes. Right. And that's the other thing. This is the movie that made Penelope Cruz a household name globally, if I remember right. Because she was in this, and then she was brought back into, you know, she acts in the Vanilla Sky, the American version, right? So a very handsome man finds the love of his life, but he suffers an accident and needs to have his face rebuilt by surgery after it is severely disfigured. It's a very, like, it doesn't sound that interesting, right? But then you go, oh, it's sci-fi, it's mystery, suspense, psychological thriller, psychological drama. And that's what makes it really cool. It's like, you're just watching, when I was watching this, I was thinking, like, when you don't have your face, right, how do people treat you? You know, we look at people based on our first, what is it called? First meeting of them, right? The look, you know, how they look at us, their appearances with us, whatever. First contact, right? But this is watching it again. I felt just as happy, you know, happy, whatever you want to call it, interested in that I saw the first time. So let me pop that down.
Open your eyes.
Most of us live our whole lives without any real adventure to call our own. What is any life if not the pursuit of a dream?
They're all waiting for you. Courtney Love called to see if you got her email, and the art department still needs a decision on the color of the letters for the bikini issue.
David, which one? Hey, honey, I'll call you later.
When? Don't say soon. I hate it when you say soon.
Soon!
You slept with Julie Gianni again, didn't you? Julie's a friend. Sometimes we sleep together. You can do whatever you want with your life, but one day you'll know what love truly is. What do I owe this pleasure?
The pleasure of Sophia.
I would spend the rest of my life with that girl, man.
I am not going in there.
Well, good night.
My heart going boom, boom, boom. Grab your things, I'm gonna take you home. Yeah.
Beautiful. How much for?
One kiss. That smile is gonna be the end of me.
David Ames.
You're following me.
I just felt that at your party.
When did you stop caring, David?
Slow down, Julie.
When you sleep with someone, your body makes a promise whether you do or not. Do you believe in God?
We've got a situation here.
What is this? I didn't do this.
You've been charged with murder.
Who?
No murder. I want Sophia back. These people are dangerous.
They want to steal my life!
There's an explanation for all this, David.
First impressions. That's what I'm.
Can you tell?
That's the word, right? You can tell a lot from by meeting people for the first time because of the first impressions you get of them, and it doesn't take you long to figure out what sort of people they are, because, like they say, you know, you give a person enough rope, they'll hang themselves because eventually they'll show their true form. And one thing about comics that I've figured out is that they will destroy anyone that doesn't fall in line. You know, and they have a set idea, like comics do, of what is what and what isn't what, right? When it comes to comics, what's you know, what is supposed to be comics. Remember, like in McCarthyism, right? Oh, this is what we're going to have. Like when they started censoring comic books, and so I think it was 1950s or something like that. It was like, well, and so Marvel, instead of like, you know, Marvel and DC, instead of like continuing to, you know, maybe not put out such aggressively, you know, mature content, instead of like, okay, we'll continue writing these books, but we'll just tame down like the content. No, they just basically fell in line and said, no, we're just going to do, you know, we'll just go to the superheroes. So all these scumbags and Comicsgate think that everything should look like a superhero comic from Marvel or DC, right? And not look like anything else from anywhere else, because they think that American comics is the bee's knees. Yet American comics, the art form itself, is dying, right? Because of that attitude. And for $1 billion sold by American comics, there's 10 billion sold by manga. That's 1 to 10, sometimes 1 to 20, depending what, you know, like a single volume of a manga. And I'm not saying every single manga, right? I'm saying top selling manga outsells everything, I should say, that Marvel Comics or DC Comics puts out together. So when you see that reality, you can't just like close yourself off and go, oh no, it's all bad shit. You go, no, why is it? You know, why is it doing so well? Well, it's because of stories. I was watching, was it yesterday or today? I think it was yesterday. I watched this anime and while I was eating, right? Because like eating dinner, and I put on anime, and let's see if I can find his name. Whitehead Italia, Witchhead Italia, right? And before we move on to this, and I'll tell you, the story captivated me, right? And I'm writing a fantasy series as well, right? So I've got like elves and all that, so magic in my book, which is, you know, called Zealandia, coming out. We're going to be writing. Actually, I've already written I just got to edit the third script, but we've already colored. Actually, no, Ilkim is coloring the second script, right? Second comic. So this is Witch Hat Italia, right? It's just came out about a week or two. No, actually, episode 3's out. So probably 3 weeks ago, it came out in Japan. And I've just checked out, about to start reading the manga to it, because I just thought it was such a cool thing. And the story is just captivated me right away, right? And, you know, the important thing, like when you're writing something, you got to grab the reader, watcher emotionally, because it's emotion that ties us to the story or the art form, and what stays with us forever, right? As long as, you know, for a long time anyway. It's like when it's when Peter Parker let his uncle die, right? Or Batman saw his parents die. Emotionally, we're tired of that because it's like, how would I feel if I lost my parents in front of my own eyes in such a violent way? Or if I feel guilty for letting someone die because I was such an arrogant fool, right? The way Peter was. So this story's grabbed me straight away because there's two anime that I really, really like right now, and one of them is called Kaya. Kaya-chan Isn't Scary, and I'll play a bit of that. And that's about a little kid, like about kindergarten kid, I guess, about 4 years old or something, or 5. Oh no, yeah, it's 4. I can't tell the ages of the school system in Japan. So it's before they go into the next school level, right? So the school kindergarten, and then they go to the next level. So it's just before that, a year before that. So this is about a girl who loves magic, in a world that's got magic, and it's a specific thing. And so she gets handed a book by a stranger with and a wand, right? And so all she thinks, oh, this is cool, right? And then she discovers that the book actually shows her how to do spellcasting. And because last year when we were working on getting issue 1, sorry, let me open up this page so I can show you guys while I play this. So, and she's all her life she's like has wanted to know about magic and how witches are able to do this magic, and then she gets this book handed to her and this wand, right? Witch's wand, whatever you want to call it. And she learns that like that book and that wand isn't actually, and I'm trying not to spoil it. It's kind of like some sort of instructional thing, right? And so she goes ahead and follows through on it after learning how witches cast their spells. And it's like what happened with friggin' what is it? Try not to spoil it, but do watch. I think if I say anything else, I'm going to spoil it, right? Don't even I never even saw the trailer. Don't even watch the trailer, right? Do not even watch the trailer. Just go and check it out. If you like it, continue watching. If you don't, move on, right? But I am going to read the manga because I thought it was pretty cool. I better, it's better to just go straight away and read the manga rather than, continuing. But this is such a cool story. Now, talking about magic, and the reason I mentioned that is, apart from the fact that I like it, I just started watching it 2 days ago or something like that, or a day ago. Actually, might have been just yesterday. I'm going to be putting up some shorts on the channel once I cut it out. But here's issue 1 of our fantasy book, right? That's finished, by the way. And we will drop this on Kickstarter after we get this latest this latest one fulfilled. Once this is over and ready to get fulfilled and sent out, we will launch the campaign for Zealandia #1 and Templeton #1, which Templeton #1 I've already color flatted. I just need to get save up some money and pay for the coloring of that, finish the color shading and all that, and then that will be done. But this is our fantasy book that I wrote about 3-4 years ago that we've actually now are going to. What is going on here? Is it full? It is full. No, it doesn't want to go and show me the thing. So this is about our little witch, someone who wants to. It's weird, right? I never heard of this witch Atalia, but I wrote this comic book based on the fact I had a little dream about a pair of feet running through a forest. And then I started, and I thought, well, asking myself the question, well, what if, why is that person running, and why are these people chasing her, right? And so I ended up like writing up an outline, and then later on we had Iwakim come join up and to wanting to do some work. And then I said, oh, I got something, because I looked at this artwork and I thought, we could if you're okay, come and work with me to work on Zealandia. This is this big work that I'm looking at doing, right? And so this is art from it. There's a page from it, finished page. The whole book's finished. This is the artwork here, right? Is by Iwakim, my Swedish artist, and also the coloring on all this is by him as well. The magic circles, I actually made individual ones myself. Like every single magic circle I drew myself, and then I sent them over. I said, now, use this, use these ones, and they'll raise, I said what they're for, who uses them, what levels there are, and I had to come up with like about, maybe about 40 of them, individual designs for it. So like for water, fire, earth, wind, all this sort of different things. So this is the character Romalina, if I remember right. And she's casting a spell to wake up. Or was it a defense spell? I think it's a defense spell. It's been a while. To wake up the dragon. I can't even remember the dragon's name now. What is your name? Well, she says it here somewhere. Hold on. Gosh, it's been a while. And plus, I've been like working on others, the Kickstarter and everything's my head's empty of all these other things. Dramsal, there it is. Yeah, it's a dragon Dramsal. All right. The cool thing about this book, I got to use different font styles to do the different languages, the language of this world, the language of our world, and so on. So there's this statue of a dragon here. And so she's trying to wake, this dragon's encased in it, and she's trying to wake him up. So yeah, so that's that book that we'll be releasing as soon as, do not save, as soon as we are able to get, this Kickstarter here backed and out to people, because that's finished as well. So yeah, back to our Dungeoneers. So this is Per Berg, and of course, as you know, Per Berg has worked with Mark Miller, right? He of the Wanted fame and Kick-Ass and all that.
Hirschfeld. It's Narwhal, Alosmat, the Shadow Band. Alosmat, how's it going? From Road Warrior Drake is the famous book.
You didn't give me a chance to put my makeup on yet. Like, you totally just hit the live button. I mean, look at me. I'm not prepared to go on. I haven't trimmed my face yet. I haven't even done my hair yet. Like, you just hit the live button. Like, totally just put me out. Oh, shit.
I booby trapped you. We're live, by the way.
So it was a surprise to see Nora one day put out a tweet in which she called Shane Davis saggy face. It was during the reading of the DMs that we began to hear some of the context of the enmity between Narwhal and Shane.
And then Shane does this whole, he's about to launch a book, he maybe should watch what he's saying, and it's
wow.
It's just weird. It was like a clear thing, and it's like there were so many people in that DM group. The reason they went, and even multiple people have told me after, like the reason they went after you is they thought you were the weak link. And then what happened is a lot of people stood by me. Narwhal, God bless him, Hale, Ray, Hyper Wizard, they all tweeted out in support of me. And my sign-up list, by the way, doubled after that. So that was great.
What did Shane do?
I don't know. He was fabricating some shit about me, man. I think there's some hate there, or he hates Shane, and somehow he's got to throw me in to spread it out. I don't know what Narwhal's deal is. I thought we were cool, but
I don't know. I don't quite understand
These guys just make up drama and backstab people just to prop themselves up. Just like communists. Just like communists, bro.
Either something having to do with Nar Wars. There was Nar Wars, and
yeah, but okay. So what Nar Wars was, if I recall, Cecil was doing a stream that he couldn't.
I like old Nar Wars. I don't like Disney Nar Wars.
Yeah, he Cecil was going to do it like a Tuesday with Cecil, and he couldn't do the stream for some technical reason. Like he just couldn't do it. And then what happened was I was like, okay, well, Narwhal's doing a stream. Everyone go over to Narwhal. So I'm a mod there, so I'm sending a link. Everyone go check out Narwhal. I hung out in Cecil's chat, dead, like it was just a dead stream. But I hung out there for like 40 minutes, just sending out links to Narwhal. Everyone go hang out with Narwhal. Go hang out with Narwhal. Narwhal stream. Everyone go watch Narwhal. Narwhal got like 400 viewers or something like that, which for him is like top of the mountain. Like, holy shit, I'm king now. Like, what happened? Everybody just really wants to watch me. But he wasn't aware that I was telling everybody for 45 minutes in this chat. Everyone go to Narwhal. Here's the link. Go watch Narwhal. Go watch Narwhal. Shane also happened to start a stream somewhere along that time. And Shane did not get as many viewers as Narwhal because I'm sending the link and hey, Narwhal. And then that became a thing. So Narwhal was trash talking Shane a little bit, which I thought was just good old fashioned ribbing. But now with all this stuff going on, I'm like, maybe there was something a little bit deeper going on there. But yeah, so he was talking shit.
Isn't it interesting when they do it's all jokes, bro? But now it's backstabbing or power play if somebody else does the same thing. Commies, bro. Commies. They'll do anything to stay in power. They'll even sacrifice their own. Right? Did you see that thing? Like, California is making a rule where you can't do investigative journalism because of the guy Nick, who exposed $8 billion leering, what are those people? They're not Sudanese. Somalian? Yeah, Somalians who like open up children's learning centers, and basically there's nobody there, but they're taking all the money from the government. But it's not from the government. It's from the pockets of Americans. So because of that, California is making a rule against investigative journalism, right? See, like I say, communists will always try to stay in power and to stop, and also stop truth from coming out about what's happening. It's these guys, man, straight up commies, bro. Straight up commies. Well, it's actually 5:30 a.m. New Zealand time, Saturday morning. Been live streaming for 3.5 hours, but we still haven't gotten through this, and I still haven't got in the artwork color flated, the page color flated, because I've been talking so much and stopped going forward. But we'll carry on.
About Shane, not bad shit, just ribbing shit. Like, look at me, I got all these viewers, and Shane doesn't, and he's king of the world.
If you were following the Dungeoneer drama, it wasn't unreasonable to see why else Narwhal resented Shane Davis.
Can you actually give more of an update on Narwhal? Because what happened with him? I read the chat of him going off on Shane and John. Like, what's going on?
Like, I had him on promoting Cerebus, and then the next day he was calling me a devil on his stream. So I don't know. Yeah. Like, that guy, a little wobbly there. I really don't know.
Well, he hates your guts. I think he made this like me. Why does he hate? I don't understand that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't know.
He thinks he was mean to Rini. That's why Rini won. Oh my god.
Well,
Narwhal is in love with Rini,
right?
Oh yeah. He thought he is,
but they don't like it when other people do.
Yeah. Well, he thought he was going to hook up with Rini. That's because we probably put that idea in his head.
But originally, him going to Tampa was like a hookup with Rini. But then as the date got closer, Rini started playing off like, oh, yeah, Norwal's going to be there. Oh, well, a lot of people are going to be there.
Oh, my God.
Like he was just another face in the crowd. And
scum, man.
You know, there's pictures. Like I think one of their group pictures, like he's like touching her hip in the photo. And it's like, yeah, Narwhal's wanting to get a little something. Clearly. I mean, we tried to hook him up.
But remember, this is John Malin, who we just listened to earlier, going off about Phil Zaid. Phil, like hearsay, by the way, hearsay made up in his own head. John Malin going on about his wife and divorce, but here he is doing the same shit to other people, Rini and Perberg, right? Narwhal
with her. Yeah, as the reality came closer, she distanced herself from that idea.
Shane then drops his really oddball claim.
Well, there's a reason Yanzi left the Comicsgate room.
The Comicsgate room.
Yeah, there was a Comicsgate green room, and she left it for a reason.
Because of Narwhal?
Yeah.
Oh, Narwhal's got the fever.
Oh,
Narwhal hit on Yanzi? What the
He
hell?
was DMing her at like 3 a.m.
Pardon me?
It was an issue. And she left one of the rooms he was in. Like, I don't know. I don't know. The guy's weird. It's like, well, I didn't mean anything by it. And she's in the room. And he thought that was an open invite to message people at 3 a.m. in the morning. I'm like, look, we have a kid and stuff. Like,
oh, no.
Don't blow up her Twitter. And that was pretty much it. And then he's like, you're making something out of something that's not. And I'm just like, okay, whatever, dude. I guess you can DM my wife whenever.
Shane's wordplay here is rather dangerous and inflammatory.
Yeah.
To be clear, this was a DM group chat. If you've ever been in one of those, messages tend to be typed in there at any time during a 24-hour period.
Yeah.
A message in a DM group at 3 a.m. isn't...
Yeah, like right now it's 5:30 a.m. on a Saturday morning in New Zealand. I have no idea where else somebody else is right now, wherever you guys are watching from, but it's 5:30 a.m. And the only reason I'm streaming is because I woke up at 11 p.m. last night. All right. And I thought I'll get some work done and then watch this while I'm getting work done. I even thought it was friggin' Friday, and I messaged my my artist to come on live stream later this afternoon because I was supposed to live stream yesterday, and I thought it was Friday today, right? And he said, "No, bro, it's Friday here in Argentina. Wait, that means it's Saturday today, right?" So when you're working globally, you just wake up and write whatever messages or texts, and then whenever they wake up, they reply back. This dude plays bullshit games, bro. These, like I keep saying, Comicsgate is scum. These people are scum.
Out of the ordinary. Edwin Boyette put it rather well. In addition to being his wife, Yanzi was also Shane's business partner. And unless Narwhal was sending inappropriate messages to her, this was a reputational attack, and Shane was an untrustworthy narrator. Yeah. Malin and Shane also appeared to throw it out there that Narwhal had unrequited affections for Rini, and that his lashing out at Malin and Shane in January 2024, almost 6 months after Tampa Bay, was in reaction to the months of targeted malicious jokes, as well as the recent DM room readings.
Shane and Narwhal don't like each other very much. And Narwhal, see, the problem is that John and Shane are instigators. And
there you go.
Oh, you mean saggy face Shane Davis?
Yeah.
See
the three of us as a unit now, and we are the unit. You know,
I see John as a unit.
Yeah, they are. Like he's just said it. They're instigators, right? These people are the instigated, and they instigated in taking over a customer movement, consumer movement, and turning into a communist movement, where they're at the top. Right, the trinity of Comicsgate communist movement.
Yes, but Narwhal was saying that I was egging them on, or I can't remember what Narwhal was saying. So I had a conversation with Narwhal. He's like,
that's the most honest truth.
I'm like, I
out
know,
of
but you love me,
the
Narwhal. I named you, you know. And he said, okay, I do. So Narwhal loves me, but he really hates Shane.
Narwhal, known for having a meek reputation, aggressively had gone to bat for Von Coleman. He was very direct in calling out Shane and Malin for bullying him and threatening his career. Yeah, you want to talk
Hail
about
Narwhal, and I'm sorry I didn't speak more when I should have. In all honesty, my biggest, and it was just, you know, kind of reflected in the DMs, is I think people should have just spoken and told them shut that down right away. A lot of people are scared. That was one of the things that I noticed too, is like, I didn't really notice much of a hierarchy before. And I was like, oh my, some people are scared to stand up to certain people. And there's this, and I'm like, it was this whole weird thing where like everyone knew they were being annoying, but people were just like, didn't want to say anything. And then with Pear, I mean, the reaction to him basically pointing out what most people I know were thinking was, to me, what was most surprising was the reaction to what I thought was common sense. He was right to stand up for me. I agree with him 100%. And
you're here.
The way they treated it, I still feel bad about it to this day. You know, a couple other people said, just keep quiet for a bit. Let's ride this out. And I was like, okay, you know, like I don't like giving these people attention, but sometimes I feel bad that like my friend got dragged so hard and I didn't say more.
You gotta call that shit out, like when you see it, right? Because commies like to hide. It's something I've noticed. It's like, I remember when in New Zealand, when in 2020, when there was like a mass shooting, our prime minister at the time, who's a commie, she's a socialist commie, Jacinda Ardern, don't mention his name. She basically closed down publicity around who had done the shooting and stuff, so that people would know. And it was like, well, in the play that, like, you know, kind of like, oh, it's a good thing if we don't mention them. Like, and even I was fucking doing it. And looking back, I'm going, wait, that's like, it doesn't exist then, right? It's kind of like, well, that's very communism. Like, they like to hide the truth. Like in China, when an accident happens, right, or something happens, they put a wall of plastic around it. They drape it. They like put this thing around it. Let me see if I can find. Even this is the police doing it, so people can't see what's actually happened, right? China police cordon. I can spell this right. Cordon off accident or something like incident. Actually, probably incident is probably a better word. And so that the public, that citizens think everything's fine, bro. It wasn't that bad, bro. It's all good, bro. But reality is that, you know, a whole bunch of people just, you know, died. Let me see. Here it is. Right. So, like, oh, if it's not there, where is it? Is it the image? Here it is. Check this out. This is what I mean. Like, don't mention the names. Don't mention it happening. Right? Look at these walls they put up. And this is just like, this is from like, you know, after a weekend of protests. So, like, so we don't have it happening. But there's other ones where they show, gosh. Because in China, every fucking day, honestly, apologies for swearing, every single day there are protests, right? Every single day against the government. But the thing is that that was during COVID. But 6 years later, let me see if I can find you something recent, right? They don't like, if you search stuff like that, they don't actually give you exactly what you want on Google, because even Google's, you know, gets censored with those images. So a lot of times, only places you can go to see some of this shit is actually China, Chinese. Let me see if I can find it. China there's a couple of channels that I follow, and they show you like this is the barricade they've put up. I think it's China Observer has done it. Cordon, see if we can get it. Cordon. Is that even the word? No, I think. Anyway, but here, check this out. So you guys can go and check out the page, and you'll find tons of like citizen uploaded clips where they will show what's been happening there daily, right? Which, because it's China's like the internet is actually blockaded against by, censored against by the, oh wow, Foxconn's left. Yeah, Foxconn is Apple. So Apple's just left China, right? So let me just put this up on the screen so you guys can see the link itself. So it's called China Observer 0, or is that O? And I think they'll show you, the daily protests and stuff. There was like recently, the guy ran a bulldozer through a fucking marketplace, right? Right, and they tell you there's no depression, there's no homelessness in China, right? This is their streets, because there's no social system, so you can't get, you don't get social welfare, whatever. What is it? I don't know what's it. EBT, is that what it's called in America? There's none of that. If you're poor, you're done. If you're crippled, you're gone. There's nobody helping you, man. If you don't have family, you're done. Yeah, here it is. Like, check this out. Right, this is where they ran over. The dude drove his bulldozer, a farmer, whatever. Is it the one? Hold on. Gosh, where is it? Is it the one? No, this is the business one, right? No, this is the wrong one. Silver Enterprises. No, sorry, that's the wrong one. But yeah, so where is it? Truck. I haven't watched this for ages because I've been like for about a month because I've been Yes, I've only watched a couple of minutes of that because I've just been busy. BYD. I watched it because I wanted to share with my family because they were all talking about, like, one of my family members like, "Ooh, BYD is so good," but then it's like slave labor in South America and Europe. So with their electric vehicles. Anyway, you guys can check it out. Back to these commies here in Comicsgate. Good name for them, like Comicsgate, Comicsgate. I think that's what we should do. Call it Comicsgate rather than Comicsgate. Who are down for that? Okay.
So this was I was kind of fed up. It was the start of the new year, and I remember like someone texted me going, "They're still whining about you," and I'm like, "Oh my god, the background is still us." And I'm like, said something in Malin's chat like, "Here we go again," and then Ethan goes, "Oh, Vaughn, send Vaughn the link," and immediately I'm like, "That's weird." Ethan doesn't give a shit about me. Why suddenly he wants to have me on, and he gets his face like lights up, and I'm like, "This is a trap. Let's go. I'm just gonna wait a bit. Let's see what happens." And so I wait a few minutes, and then Malin says something like, "Oh, he must have been a bitch. He didn't take the link." And it's like, dude, I just don't want to hang out with you. But then immediately after Malin says that, Ethan starts doing this really obvious fake laugh, like, "Ah, ha, ha, ha." And like, and then he starts reading out DMs. And I'm like, "Oh, okay." So Ethan had planned that, like, he was going to start reading DMs while I was on air. That was his whole, that's what he wanted
social
to
credit check.
Yeah, well, whatever. Vaughn's a kid. You know, I'm gonna give him
forgive
some
Vaughn.
Yeah.
Vaughn's being led astray. If he wants to come on back, he can come on back.
Yeah. Yeah. Vaughn is the what is
come
it
back
Hitler
to
was
the
trying to
commie
make?
movement, right?
The Hitler Youth,
Aryan Youth.
Get on, like,
Yeah, he's like,
look at how they speak about this shit. Like, if you leave them, right, you come back under their conditions. It's like, even if you don't mention them, they still talk about you years later. Eric July hasn't mentioned Comicsgate in years, yet every live stream, every couple hours, Ethan will talk about Eric July. And of course, you know, anybody else who's left. For years, like, people don't even give a fuck. People who don't even care about Comicsgate and what goes in there and who have left, they still are talked about by these morons. Right? The trinity of the scumbags in Comicsgate. Right? The communist movement called Comicsgate.
Ubermensch or something, you know, like we gotta we gotta give him some leeway, man. He's the future, right?
He's got to come Christmas caroling with us. That's the only thing that he's got to do, John.
I was kind of like, I don't feel like responding to drama right now. And then Ethan had tweeted out like it was a cover from like Fantastic Four versus X-Men, which if you haven't read that series, side note, great. But anyway, Ethan and I have talked about in person, like how great that series is, underrated. And I remember just like casually, I'm like, I'm just going to talk about I love the series. And then he responds to that and he's like, hey, Vaughn, just so we're clear, you can be friends with whoever you want. I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm like, all right. But I kind of knew it was a fake olive branch, but I'm like, I'll take it. And then I'm not going to say anything.
Hold on.
You know, I'll be pleasantly.
There we go. Imagine someone telling you who you can be friends with and you can't. That's communism. That right there, that's communism. You can talk to that person, but you can't talk to that person. That means you don't have a free will to make your own judgment. Even God doesn't make you do that, right? Go eat the apple if you want. It's up to you, right? You have free will. Even God gives you free will, yet not Ethan Van Sciver. He is above God, right? The moment Jesus is above God, right? It's interesting seeing all this laid out this way by Lesmat Films, because it shows the viewer how these people play games out there openly. But because most people have missed these live streams, have missed this, what they've said themselves openly, and because they've deleted those live streams, or they've, had them removed for whatever reason, or they've privated them because they're ashamed of them, because it exposes them, right? People don't see them. And it's good that people like Lesmat and others, right, who clip them and who talk about them, like Lord Raptor Jesus, right, and expose them for all the lies they've told and their hypocrisy and their immoral behavior while pretending to be Christians, by the way, lapping as Christians, right? It's like communist anti-Christians lapping as Christians to a bunch of Christians, because not Christians, because those people have already left CG years ago, right? Because they've realized, by their fruits you shall know them, right? That scripture right there, right? Those people have left after seeing the fruits of their, Comicsgate and their behavior. And those who have remained there are people who still, in their heart of hearts, are like that beaten wife, right? I can change him. We can change this from the inside. Yeah, but if you see a track record of people, if your husband's like beating you every day and abusing you verbally, physically, in this case, it's usually verbally, right, with CG, all day long, sometimes you got to get a backbone and leave, bro. And so many people have. I've often said to CGers, former CGers, I should say, how could you let these people come in from the mainstream and take over your movement like this, right? And most of them said, well, we tried to speak out right there and then, but it was too late by that time. It's so you didn't you didn't notice what was going on, or how did you not understand what they were trying to do? They basically brought into your movement the same behavior they were doing out there in the mainstream. And how did you not catch on? Because see, like I said before, like, by their fruits you shall know them. How great were these commies at hiding their actions and activities that you weren't able to call it out, that you weren't able to see, that you let them have power this way. Usually, the way to remove someone like that is right together. You just get together and go, this is not what this is. You're no longer part of it. We'll publicly announce that you're not part of it, and you're out. And we'll take back our movement. Bye now. But the problem is, I think a lot of them, and maybe a majority of them, were blown away by the fact they saw all these big name people come into CG from the mainstream, right? Now, if you need some fucking name to legitimize your movement, then you're not a movement. Then you don't even believe in your own movement, right? If you need a cover by a big name to sell your book, then your book isn't worth selling. Then you don't believe in your book, right? That's why usually when I do covers, I don't go outside of my team to do my covers, because I believe in the art of my team. That's why you'll see you will never go see me. I mean, maybe in the future when I'm rich, right, when I can afford to, but it doesn't really matter. I wouldn't waste more, money on a cover if I, unless it's such a big, unless I know the person personally and I want to bring him in because I want him to do more than just a page, just a cover art, right? Because at the end of the day, variant covers are there to sell what's inside the book, not to sell the cover itself, right? And that's why you can see like this. If you need 100 variant covers like Marvel does every time, well, it's there to sell the. It's because they don't believe in the work. Because they don't. Have you how many covers do you see on manga books? Right? On those volumes. And they're volumes, right? So yeah. But how many Takabans do you see with different covers on it? See, even me, I actually put out like maximum 4 covers, and usually I don't even want to do that, but I really want to promote my own artists' work on my covers because their books are coming out soon, right? So I will ask, I'll ask my artists from another book to come into art on this book, or that book, while they're finishing off their book. So that people can see their art and get, oh, that's right, that's the guy that was doing that art, did the cover for that book, right? And that builds up people's interest in that other book that you will release later, beforehand, because it allows, I think I'm repeating myself there, but it allows people to get used to that art style. I mean, I love brand covers, and that's why I put out variant covers. It's not because I want to sell it'll help sell the book. No. I mean, even I did that with I said about how I had actually, sorry, Vaughn, that look wasn't that good. So let me just bring this, the wrong place to do that. Pause on that, right? Notice too late. So, this one here, right? I came across and did just a couple of weeks ago, I just said, oh, I want to do like a spoiler cover, right? So that people know what's coming in issue 2. So I asked at the last minute, like a week before actually we were supposed to go, like in March, and then I said, "Oh no, we're going to postpone it till April." I said to James, who's working on Templeton, right, which is what I'm actually color flatting right now of issue 2. I said to him, "Where am I? Am I too far down? I think I am. Hold on." Is it on here? Where did I go past it? Sure, it's here somewhere. Oh, it's probably on the side. Hold on. Let me get a preview page. Am I going to get preview page? Hold on. Here it is. Okay. Is it that one? No. Oh gosh. I'm all over the place with this damn thing. I probably didn't put it up there on the main thing anyway. It's on the side, however. Where are you? Oh, here it is. Here it is. So, is it open? Maybe that's what. Yeah. So here. Sorry, please, guys. So here. So I said to at the last minute. I said to James. I said, "Hey, man, I want to do kind of like a spoiler cover, just so people can have an idea of what's coming up later, and because we didn't show too much of what was going on. Yeah. But then so." I said, well, let's do a last minute. It's kind of like and I did the color flats on this, and I had my other artist from the manga artist do the colors on it to finish it off for me. But anyway, let's get back to that, because I think if you have too many variant covers, it gets lost. Your story gets lost, and everybody is thinking about the variant cover and not the story, right? Even though I enjoy variant covers, I collect them all the time. But I collect it not because of the story, right? And I want people to actually collect my covers because of the story later.
Be surprised, right? If things work out. But then, like later on, he ended up. There's actually, if you go and look at where they're going through the dungeon files, even Malin showed restraint. He's like, I'm trying to protect this person. He's a young creator. And Ethan goes, you mean Vaughn Coleman? Like Ethan did a complete 180 from everything's good, Vaughn, you can be friends with whoever you want, to going out of his way, even over Malin, to throw me under the bus. So like, and Ethan's very volatile. He like on his stance on me shifts like radically, like all the time. It's really weird. But like one thing he'll say something nice about me, then he'll hate me again. And I'm like, this is just like I don't care at this.
Well, it's kind of schizophrenic, isn't it? You can see him. He's like he's probably got an illness. Mental illness, right? And he's so drama prone. He's Ethan Van Sciver is such a lolcow that he's such a he's a drama queen. It's like victim, and then he'll like attack everybody that he can think of. Just in this little moment with Vaughn here, right? Oh, I love him, and then like straight away turn on him, right?
Point. Block them. I'm like, this is just it's annoying.
An interesting observation I made is that the CG Elite picked and chose which Dungeoneers they targeted. For Malin, it was Irene Strakowski and Phil Diaz. For Shane Davis, it was Narwhal and Ali Sanguis. For Ethan, it was Vaughn Coleman. And while there was some overlap among them, each of these three concentrated on specific Dungeoneers. With Ethan,
crazy.
His focus on Vaughn Coleman bordered on morbidly obsessive. More on that in a bit. The commentators in the CG chats focused on Vaughn as being this delusional young boy going after adult women, and also making light of the loss of his father on the 9/11 attacks. The Riot Press DM room was definitely commenting on the constant streaming over the Tampa Bay convention. Vaughn Coleman was very outspoken about the treatment he and Rini were getting. He talks about a photo of the group taken at Tampa, in which the CG elitists were photoshopping people out of the photo. This was the incident Chad Townsend said cost him some refunds.
Just totally soiled what was good. And then having us in the background, photoshopping out people who didn't like, having his background as us for like months, where it'd be like, this person's John be like removing PTP, removing this. Like that's just like really weird, obsessive behavior. Now I would tell people in my personal life, I'm like, so this guy has had us. He was invited to the show. He didn't go, but he whined about us, and he's had us in his background for months. And every time I tell people like that, they'd be like, "What the fuck?" Like it's just the
like
weird. You
mentally
describe
ill.
this behavior to anyone else.
Maybe that's why he got kicked out of.
It's just the weirdest shit.
Nobody liked him.
And I kind of started to go, okay, is this really what I want to be around? Like another thing that they would do is they'd be like, oh, Vaughn can't take jokes, and like go to like any stream on any panel stream, even like the John's Dungeoneers jokes or whatever. Like I'm always anyone who's hung out with me knows I can take a joke. Anyone who's watched streams with me knows I can take a joke. But again, it doesn't matter. They had a narrative to spread, and that was one of the things. It was like the truth didn't matter. Jay Bama even at one.
Usually, when people say, "Oh, you can't take a joke," it's because they're trying to gaslight you, right? Oh, you can't take a joke, bro. Well, it's I just meant it as a joke, bro. It's like, yeah, but you can like it. Usually, you can notice, or you feel in your gut, right, in your heart of hearts, as they say, when someone's like, when it's not a joke, right? It's like when what's his name? Dave Chappelle said, right? At first, they were laughing with me, and then they were laughing at me, kind of thing, right? I can't remember the exact words. They were like, first it was funny, and then it wasn't. And you can usually tell when people like there's a gut reaction that you have. It's kind of like an intuition, right? That something isn't right, and you kind of understand it. It's like, and then people, oh no, but you're wrong. It's like, no, I know it. I can feel it in my gut, right? This is something else than just, and I'm getting gaslit right here.
Point goes, this doesn't make sense. Vaughn and I have said stuff to each other's face. He's not the kind that would get offended by jokes, but then he ended up like going back on it. But it's like anyone who's hung out with me knows it was such complete and total bullshit.
Vaughn seemed at least phased from the targeting and seemed to have taken it all in stride. But what I observed is whenever Vaughn was taking pictures at a convention or event, Ethan would retweet or swipe the picture and repost it. And it was done so often that it bordered on an obsession that I could only really describe as, well, homosexual. In one of his insane
Pretty
activities,
much.
he
Like,
showed
I
a
keep
photo
saying,
of Vaughn's
right?
face zoomed in.
Like,
why?
The guys on in Comicsgate, the three of them, they talk about sex and butt sex and anal sex between men so often, bro. Like almost every hour on their stream. Every stream. It's like they're obsessed with homosexuality more than homosexual people. It's the weirdest thing. The clips I've seen is just the craziest. It's like, why are these guys so obsessed? Like, wait, are you like at that stage? You kind of go like, well, yeah, you're into that. You just don't want to admit it, and you make a joke of it because that's the way to get it out of you. Like I've said, I've got gay friends, right, that I hang out with, and they don't talk like this. Right, the way these guys do.
I don't know.
John, I don't know if you saw me in the chat, but I did point out that Vaughn Coleman has launched his comic book, his self-insert comic book on both Indiegogo and Kickstarter today. I think just like an hour or two ago. And he is, or maybe 5 hours ago. And he is streaming right now to promote his book, which is, I don't know if you've seen his book, but it is, it looks like a blonde homosexual, and he's got lightning powers.
Yeah. Yeah,
Little
I've seen
kid, that twink.
I've seen some of it when he was when he was still
straight away. He's a homosexual. He's a twink. I'm telling you, these guys they're obsessed with it, with homosexuality. They talk about it more than gay people talk about it. Seriously, man. These guys are like obsessed with homosexuality. and not in a funny way, right? Like, oh yeah, well, but it's just crazy.
On the good side, the side of light instead of the side of darkness. Yeah. So of course, whenever somebody has a book, we have to promote it. We just say, don't back it on Kickstarter. If you're going to back it on Indiegogo. Obviously, if you were wondering,
by the way,
if Von Coleman had superpower.
By the way, these guys hate Kickstarter because it keeps them honest. Stops them from like putting out lots of fucking, especially him, right? This Todd, it stops him from restarting new campaigns without delivering the previous one that's been backed and finished. Like, he just opens up a new one, and now he's not allowed to, and that's why he's drawing his book that's 6 years old. 45 pages, by the way, 6 years old. And guess what? All he's got to do all day is just draw books. That is supposed to be his profession, right? Being a drawer, illustrator, comic book artist, right? Comicsgate Pro Secrets or Comics Book Pro Secrets, whatever the fuck he calls himself. But he's just a YouTuber now. He's not even a comic book creator, because to be a creator, you got to be creating, right? This dude is scum, man. He is scum in indie comics. He's that zombie I showed. What is it, like the image I showed you guys? This is Ethan Van Sciver in indie comics. This is Ethan Van Sciver right here. All right. This, my friends, is Ethan Van Sciver. Give me your money, please. I need your super chat and back my book, so I can. So I won't deliver it, but I'll start a new campaign. Hey Ethan, where's my book from 5 years ago? Can I get it? No, it's on. You can't get it, but I'll sell it on eBay. So what you're saying is I should have just waited 5 years, and it would end up on eBay, and I wouldn't have to give you money for it, which you would gamble away. Yeah. Right? The Frog. The Frog King. Fucking said fast name is like fucking, right? But it's scumbag, bro. This dude's a scum. If there was anybody that was scum in indie comics and a vile piece of human being, it's this dude here.
But EBS has had praise for Vaughn's hustle, and at times has admitted his books were top-notch. One can argue that Ethan had a case of regret that Vaughn, a young creator, left the circle of CG, depriving it of the longevity it needs. The remaining creators and fans in CG are aging out, and with no youth movement in Comicsgate, it will definitely shrivel into oblivion.
That was my thing when I started getting into this and saying like, oh, I'm gonna, in the middle of the pandemic, when I lost my stork.
It's like WWE, man. Like, everybody in WWE is around 40 and 50 years old, right? So they needed to have someone like Danhausen come in, right, to do something. And it's like, I curse you. Right, something that like AEW thought was like wasn't worth it, right? But no, they got to do that. It's the same thing. Like they got to like right now, WWE has got what's his name? Now I even forgot his name. The guy who's like used to be in sports commentator, and now it's like, he's a center stage, right? Because now TKO is pulling the strings, not WWE, not the wrestling companies doing the wrestling moves, it's running the show. It's actually the owners who have nothing to do with, who just own it, right? But yeah, it's funny watching it.
Because I had an online store that was doing really well before the pandemic, but then the pandemic happened and it crashed out. I was like, okay, so while I have stuff happening, I'll work on my books and I'll get really into that. I was like, okay, if I do that, what I'm going to have to make sure I do is I'm always just real. And I don't do drama, because what I'm looking for is longevity. and I can't play a character to save my life.
Yeah.
And
I can't
the
either,
drama,
man. Like,
just like you're saying,
it's like I don't know how to. Right? It's just like I don't know how to come on stream and be like some friggin' I can't do that, man. It's not in me. Right? I just find like within like about 10 seconds, 5 seconds of it, I'll go back to be just me like this. Right? Because if you, and Ali's right here, right? If you want to last as a creator, it's got to be about honesty and being real with people, because that's how you build friendships, by being honest with people, right? And just letting them see, what's and all, as they say, right? Because at the end of the day, if people start seeing that you're a liar, you're a hypocrite, you're a cheater, and that you won't be honest with them when they ask you questions, or or if you try to like backstab them, they'll walk away from you. And you'll be alone going, oh, what's going on? Why am I alone now? That's basically what's happened with CG. The smart ones have left, like I said, right? But, if you're honest with people, people will stick with you forever. It might not be too many people, but at least you'll have loyal friends, man. Right? Loyal supporters. I mean, I'm 50 fucking 3. Like what's the date today? So it's the 18th of April today for me, right, in New Zealand. So on, what are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, is that right? 8, 9, right? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 days. I'll be 53 years old on the 1st of May, right? In 13 days, like almost 2 weeks. And one thing I remember when I came away, after being away from social media for about 2 years, right, after I lost my shop because I had to close it down, due to circumstances, I didn't want to go bankrupt, so I just went, oh, let's just close it down. And so I went into a bit of a depression, and I was like, oh, I just can't deal with shit. And so I didn't do anything for about 2 years and just locked myself away. But then when I came out of that, right, in 2018, I was like, I'm just going to be honest with people. No more fucking, being flaky. Not that I wasn't before, but like, I just want to be like straight up direct, right? If you want to be my friend, I'm going to be direct with you. I'm not going to hide behind whatever. I'm not going to try to pretend to be something else I'm not. I'm going to just be straight up. All right. And a lot of people online gives them kind of gives them like a reason to be fake, right? Put on a persona and stuff. And then when you call them out, oh, they try to gaslight you,
Aging it out, like, and doing everything based on your looks and stuff. I can't do that because I need the longevity of, I want people to be reading my stuff for a long time.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be short. And so that's why when I got into this, I was like, I'm not gonna do anything crazy. I'm just gonna be me. And then things blew up around me without me knowing that they would.
Yeah, when you're nice, or when you're kind, right? When you're a gentle, polite person, the mean people, the mean people and the bullies will always target you. That's the way it is. Like, that's why nerds, right? Nerds are like the most kind, honest people that you can think about. Not now, right? Because it's just fucking internet's made people just horrible. But back when you were at school and you hung out with the nerds, they would just like treat you like just a human being. But if you're like, part of the clique or the sports people, that you had to put on a persona, right? Be a tough guy, and you probably see it, grew up seeing that. And it's just, yeah. And so you become a target by the bullies because you're just doing your own shit, and they don't want you to do your own shit. They want you part of them, or you're the enemy. And that's why I say Comicsgate is a commie thing, because communists, right, see us or them. And that's how it is with them.
Do you need the Dungeoneers variant cover for cash? Well, Rini was in the dungeon. She was in the trenches with me. And so was Von Coleman. What happened? Are they pissing somebody off? Why did somebody just wrote, I'm done with that crew? What does that mean? How can you be mad at Rini? Are you a monster? What did she ever do to anybody? She's like a sweetheart.
Irene Strakowski, also known as Rini, joined Comicsgate in 2022. Her declaration sent shockwaves to the comic book industry that even misandrist and failed comic book editor Heather Antos posted about it, citing that it was heartbreaking that a friend would align herself with extreme toxicity. This prompted Rini to respond to Antos, calling her to task for being silent while she was trying to get her fiendish books realized before Antos would DM her a veiled threat. She became friends with Egg Beater writer Ali Sanguis, hosted streams with the Diaz brothers, and Narwhal. Her books were being fulfilled, and she was friendly and respectful to her customers.
Irene Strakowski left Marvel Comics of her own accord to come be Comicsgate, just out of a moral sense. She's got a book called Fiendish.
Look at this dude, man. Look at this dude. It's like he's trying to copy Eric July with a black beard. Right? Dyed his white gray beard. And to look like he's young, yet it makes him look like a fool. Looks like a clown, right? Man, own your gray beard. My beard's going gray. My hair's going gray. I like it. It just means like I kind of wear it as like a sign of maturity, right? Not that I'm totally amateur, but I just like it. By the way, he broke this fucking chair. I'm not sure if it was this one or another one, but his fat ass broke the chair. A steel chair, by the way, on Timcast. That's where this is from. Right.
2 on Indiegogo right now. I promise you, it is amazing. You will love it. Go back Fiendish 2 on Indiegogo.
She did a Jumping Jack stream as a thank you for her Fiendish book hitting the mark at 50K.
This pose, get to the push-ups. Don't give people this to look at.
Like,
come on.
So this is the thing about these people. It's like communists will do the whole humility ritual. Have you guys, guys know that, right? How what's his name? John Cena had to go on naked to was it Oscars or was it Grammys? I can't remember which one. But he had to do a humility ritual, and the latest humility. And sorry, I don't want to put really looking that way on there, but like the latest humility ritual I saw was done by one, and I didn't actually watch it, but the Sky News Aussie had this did a clip on it, but I only saw like the placeholder, and I'll show you the placeholder. You guys can watch it later if you want. So Sky News Aussie, and it was like leftists losing it. One of the videos from there. It was from the other day, if I remember right. Was it last week? And they had to do it. Had to do with Sydney Sweeney. Is that the name of the actress? Wait, let me see if I can call it up. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Man, that's a big, huge square friggin' thing there, isn't it? On the screen. Oh, by the way, that image, the coloring of the monkey, Lima, yeah, Lima monkey, Lemur. My artist from Zealandia did it, Joachim Hagström. Sydney Sweeney. I think that's how you spell it. Just making it right. There. Check this out. So they did I saw this clip and I was like, wait, what? I don't want to watch the rest of it because I just saw that and I was like, that's enough for me. So
don't you reckon that?
Yeah, check this out, right? For a humility ritual.
Oh, Alex, come on. You've got to be kidding me. Don't you reckon they've done that to her deliberately because she upset so many people on the left with that American Eagle campaign, and talking about her genes, and people said it was a dog whistle to white supremacy. Don't you think they're making her do that just to teach her a little lesson?
Yeah, and that makes me like it even more, Rita. That's how sick I am in my mind. The fact that she's doing that as a punishment makes it even better, and I hate to admit that publicly.
But you just have, bless you. Now, this is an incredible story. The New York Post reports an Illinois woman who claimed she was detained by ICE for nearly 2 days.
Let me put that up there. I thought that was supposed to be like an actual video with a photo of it, but they don't just show the photo. But that is just stupid, right? This here, and they did that with John Cena, like I said. Humility ritual. Communism basically, loves humiliating people to that level. And so you watch, commies, they pretend they're something else, or they're our batters, but at the end of the day, they're not. And so here they basically put, and I'm not going to show that because I just kind of feel like well, since we're watching the drama, I'll leave it going on. But I have never seen this, by the way, nor do I want to, because I don't want to see Irene humiliated this way. So I'm just going to fast forward. You guys can watch it. Links in the chat. Let me see if I can go forward a bit. Okay. Stop. Hold on. Go forward. There we go. No. Yeah.
Start all over.
Yeah. This is just like, some people like to play this off. Like, we'll see if you're cool with us, right? Yeah. If I don't need to humiliate myself to be cool with you, right? To show that I'm cool with you. I don't have to do that. If you don't fucking accept me for what I am, then fuck, you're not cool with me then, right? I don't need to be cool with anybody, right? I don't have to fucking, humiliate myself to be cool with you. But here's the thing: she's a nice person, so she didn't realize what was happening to her. And this is the problem. Like I said, that's why I like a lot of, a lot of nice, polite, kind people are mistreated in the world by scumbags, because they don't see what's happening to them, because they're not used to that sort of behavior or treatment, I should say, right? Because most of us just take people for face value, right? If I treat them right, they'll treat me right, but not commie-gate, right? To be cool with us, you got to humiliate yourself, right? Rennie's cool, by the way. I donated to, I tipped. I won't say donated. I tipped to her, tipped her yesterday towards her. She's got a. Is it fun? If you want an art book by her, she's got a. Here it is. In Curvate, she's got an art book coming out. Like, I mean, I know we've got a. The reason I like to, show support to others, because not everybody's gonna like my work. They might like other people's work, right? So the world's too big to be, if I don't, why should I share somebody else's links? Because that means that it's taken away from me. Nah, fuck off. Because at the end of the day, people might like this work better than my work, right? So why not support this? So if you want an art book that looks really gorgeous, awesome, you can get a soft cover or a hardcover, right? She said the hardcover is bigger. And so, yeah, so you can back it if you want. And I think there's some other special stuff you can get with it as well. So go check it out later. I mean, not right now, right? Stick around with me here. So, yeah, but she's a great artist. I actually didn't realize that she'd worked on Archer, which I friggin' love Archer, right? And then I was watching her stream yesterday when she launched this, that I was like, oh, she did Archer. Because I have an Archer t-shirt. Because I love that series.
And one to thank us all.
But cracks began to show when Irene was a guest on Shane Davis's live stream, where he appeared very drunk.
Am I sure I'm not a virgin?
I'm pretty sure you're not.
So this is the other thing I hate is drunk streams. Right? Because not only when you're drunk you say things that you don't really mean, but then you also sometimes say stuff that you're thinking that you wouldn't say if you weren't drunk, and then you can excuse it. Oh, I was just drunk, bro. I didn't mean it. You know the excuse? But really, some vile shit comes out when you're like, drunk. And you want to stream to the world that way. You want to go on a panel, with people and do that. But most of these guys, they say that shit normally anyway, so there's no excuse. Oh, I was drunk, right? I haven't seen this, by the way.
Virgin, but you are now the Virgin Mary of this group. Fucking who's
blasphemy?
Yeah, remember these
I'm
guys?
fucking. I'm just saying, I'm all in.
Yeah.
You can't
John
be.
Malin's in chat. Hey, John, do you have Yanzi's number? Someone save this man.
Look, I'm okay. I'm head above water. Like, look, as long as I give it to her, it doesn't matter what I'm thinking about.
That's so inaccurate. It's horrifying.
Yeah. Dude's like scum.
Oh my God, John Malin's telling me to run. Oh, this must be bad when he's looking out for me. All right.
Yep.
Bye.
Promise, and you broke it.
Shane,
You don't make me crawl. Hey, Irene, don't make me shut.
Night, y'all.
Whoa, Black Cherry. Please.
After Irene left the stream, she started up her own. Unfortunately, a still drunk Shane Davis hopped onto her stream and proceeded to insult her in a very embarrassing display.
I would have blocked him.
Oh, whoa. Big draw to
I don't know why Irene didn't block him, because you can like actually kick him off like with in here when somebody shows up, and I'm not sure, maybe she wasn't using StreamYards, but you can actually ban people from the stream, like not the live stream, I mean, like actually when they show up in the back room, right, in the green room as such, you can actually block that. Like you can make sure they're not there, and you can leave them there and not put them on like I can like this, right, and just they can still stay at the back and watch or listen. And you can also mute it, right? Where is it? Just mute them. Can't say anything now. Oh, right now, where is it? I don't know why she didn't, especially after she left, knowing what he said. But hey, that's the past, right?
Strakowski for bringing Shane Davis in here after calling him drunk multiple times on her stream, after piggybacking off his stream.
Look at
to
that.
then go launch her own stream. Oh my God, I'm glad you're
Like, he's got
the
an image
thermometer
of
up my ass for what is drunk and what isn't.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
you were slurring your words. That's drunk.
I do think
I've
I
worked
am
in
a
a
good
bar.
judge of that because I am not drunk.
I don't think you are, because you're a lonely cat lady.
Look at this.
Oh my fucking God. I don't even have a cat. I'm just a lonely lady, Shane. Are you happy?
Because
Are
you're
you?
basing them, because they're on the menu. You don't have
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh yeah. Remember, he's married to a Chinese Singaporean, and she basically just said that she eats cats to a Korean. Yet his wife, Yanzi, is a Singaporean Chinese. Like I said, when you're drunk, what you think is going to come out, but you can't. But he'll play it off. Oh, it's because I was drunk. I was drunk, Yanzi. That's why I said those things. I was drunk. I just called another Asian a cat eater on a live stream. But I was drunk, ENZ. No wonder he gets beaten up by her, right? Like she was the guy gonna wallop him with a, he was on a live stream, and he tried to play it off as like a joke, right? It was like a skit, right? But really, the fear in his eyes, putting his hands up and saying, I'm live right now," And she was like, "Nah, I don't give a fuck," because she was mad because of what he said about his wife's sister. But these guys are vile, man. They'll just, that's why I never get drunk and come on stream, because it's like, you don't know what the fuck's gonna go in your head, right? Because when you're drunk, you're drunk. But these guys, bro, scummy people.
Am I the object of your anger now? You're just gonna take it all out on me?
No, I don't know. Like, why did
many
you come
more-
in my stream? Why did you come in my stream to call me drunk and then fire off your own stream and then like shun me and then ostracize me for being drunk?
That's not what happened.
Right here is when she should have just booted him. The moment he basically said the cat eating thing, right, is when you push the delete ban button or remove from screen. Problem is, she's too nice. They're in the same group. This is the early days, whatever, and you're busy working and you're trying to do your shit, and you don't want to be seen as a bad guy. Oh, she can't handle this sort of shit. It's like, yeah, but there's a belligerent a-hole coming onto your stream because you left his stream because you don't want to deal with his belligerent drunken ass.
In the way that you put it, that's not what happens.
That's not the correct order.
Yeah, you're reading it in once you sober up, you'll see that that's a crazy way of reading what happened.
Because you said it's crazy, or because it's crazy?
Because it's
crazy, you moron. I went on
because
your
that's
stream.
the fact. It's crazy because it's not an opinion. Because it's actually crazy.
No, because the way you're framing it is incorrect.
I think that's all I can handle from these scumbags for today. Maybe we'll carry on and finish off the rest later. There's about another 30 minutes left. I like Rini too much and I hate CG so much that I don't want to continue with that. It's just I don't know, man. I don't know why people can still put up with these people. Just cracks me up. I really don't know why they still. Maybe it's just a drama. Maybe it's just a drama why they still hang around in CG chat, still super chat the scumbag who gambles away all their money that they were earned hard, hard long hours to earn. Maybe they love the humiliation of others, right? Who are better than those people that they're supporting. I don't know. At the end of the day, it's just like another mistreatment of another person who's no longer part of them. And this is CG right here, right? This is Ethan Van Sciver right here, with the people who they call Dungeoneers right here, right? This one and this one, right? So yeah, that's one way of looking at it, right? Keep, the bully trying to keep them humiliated under the foot, But hey, I guess at the end of the day, you got to humiliate and put down others to make yourself feel better, right? That's the communist way. Got to do anything to stay in power. Sadly, some people, like I said, enjoy seeing other people humiliated. And because as long as it's not them, right? As long as they're not the target, they're okay with it. That's what happened with Anna, right? She was okay with everybody else being humiliated and ridiculed, all the other girls, artists, female artists, writers being humiliated until it was her turn, and then she got upset. Right? Then she wasn't okay with it. But it's jokes, bro. It's jokes until she was a target of their jokes. It's sad to see what what indie comics has become, and it's actually worse to see what was started by a group of people who wanted to do something better, and with comics, as an alternative, has turned into a communist movement. It kind of sucks, really. I mean, I think, but like they say, if what is this? If you don't watch what you're doing, you become what you despise, right? Or something along that line. And if you give a person a rope, they'll eventually hang themselves with it. And kind of like, how they, you'll find out sooner or later what they're like, right? I just feel sorry for everybody that was there and is getting all their money ripped off them, paid for stuff they'll never get back. I mean, they'll never get. Watching the hard-earned money being wasted and gambled away for people they once, thought they were their friends, abusing them and bullying them off the internet. I mean, look at Per Berg, right? It was just like supposedly the nice guy, got a job with friggin' Mark Miller, right? Which is now being made as a TV series by Netflix, right? Which, by the way, John Malin, Shane Davis, and Ethan Van Sciver are not seeing anything of theirs being done, right? Even Marcus Miller, right? His Knights of the Realm or something, whatever. I can't remember the name of it. Hold on, let me find the name. Gosh, is it Knight? Yeah, Knight of Seven Kingdoms, right? That came out. He was being really quiet about it. Suddenly he was released, right? This one here, and like when you're jealous and all you show is jealous and vileness and scumminess and backstabbing, the world sees that, right? Like I said, karma, right? Marcus Miller, right? Even his, like I showed earlier, his Arise, Efap, right? His Efap comic has sold over 400 pre-order, doubled its backing. Like, so it's now at here's a link for Efap. 400 issues of the book alone. That's twice, right? Right. And his work, is in demand now also, right, with the Efap, but his other work is in demand now because of Knight of Seven Kingdoms from George R.R. Martin, right? Because he worked on the comic books as an artist for it. But the jealousy from the Comigate people, has chased away all the big names that could have taken, Comicsgate if they stuck with their initial thing, which was to lift the smaller creators up, right, and to be alternative to the mainstream, right. They would have gone far. But this last 8 years has shown that all you see now from, as a reminder of what Comicsgate was to what it is now, all you got now is this. A lifeless husk on the side of the road, lying there looking for coin. It's so sad. It's just sad, man. For all those people that were there at the beginning, setting up something good to what is now. do go check out my you know, the digitals out there for you guys to check out and read if you kind of if you don't have the money for, you know, for the physical, if you don't or if it's you know, the freight cost is too much for you guys if you're outside America, you know, for whatever reason, do check out the digital. It's only $3 each, or you can both for about, I think it's $4 each, or both for about $6, right? Thank you for hanging out with me. We will see you on the next stream. I was supposed to stream today afternoon. I probably need to have a sleep because it's at 6:40 in the morning. I might try to get some sleep and then wake up later and do stream for the second part of the, what's it called? The American animated movies over the decades for grown-ups, not the cartoonish stuff. I mean, like, they are cartoons, right? But I mean, mature content stuff. So we'll see you then. Thank you for hanging out with me. Ka kite anō. Wherever you are, be well, be safe, and have an awesome day. And hopefully I'll see you later. Please like, subscribe, and do all that wonderful stuff. Bye for now.
Nope. Can't stay here anymore. I gotta get back. I think this was the spot. Oh Lord, I beseech thee, please return me to my old life. I swear I'll do anything. Like, literally anything. And I won't bother you again, so pretty please bring me back to life.